And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of ESL Open Cup Europe, number 217. It's been a couple of hours. It's been like 4 hours since our last broadcast, and now we have returned with some more StarCraft action, and I am here for it. And we have quite a match before us. We have spawning in the top left-hand corner, the Polish Terran player, the pink Terran. It is Flexi. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the orange Zerg player from the land of Canada, representing clan BBE. It is Shiny. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. So yes, it is good to be here. It's good to be back once again. Again, we had merely a short break, from casting for a couple of hours, and now we're back. We have returned. We're here with some more StarCraft, as we usually do. As always, we are here. We are ready. We are in the first round of the ESL Open Cup Europe. Again, we're still in the earlier phases of the game, of the tournaments. !B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket, it's big, it's huge, it's massive. A lot of players are getting involved. A lot of amateur players, a lot of pro players, a lot of semi-pros as well. It's great to see everyone getting involved in our European weekly tournaments. Again, it is a weekly. Every week we do see the best of the best in Europe duke it out, at least most of them. There are some that are suspiciously missing, I haven't noticed. When it comes to our regulars here, when it comes to the European regulars at least, I believe Clem is MIA. I could have missed him on the bracket, definitely. !B for the bracket yourselves, but I could have missed him. I believe Clem is missing, Rainer is missing, Lambo is missing, if I'm not mistaken. I think the three of those are not here. I saw some of the notables being Hero Marine and Max Pax, alongside Geralt and Cristiano. So we'll see if any others do pop up that I may have just glossed over and maybe missed out on. For now, we do see a Rax Expand standard opener out of Flexi. Meanwhile, we have Shiny instead of going for a Hatch Gas pool into his own gases as well, or eventually. So yeah, Hatch Gas pool, standard opener from our Zerg, standard opener from our Terran as well. Again, Flexi is a player that we casted earlier in the week, as we get a drone kill, big pickoff already. We casted Flexi earlier, but he was playing Protoss, so I should ask him what his main race is, because he was playing Protoss amongst pro players. Amongst a more amateur player, he's playing Terran, so maybe he's a race picker, maybe his main race is Terran. He was just having fun with Protoss, yet to be determined. As across the map, it is going to be a third CC before Starport. Very economic opener, from our Terran player at least. It is going to be the economic opener. Meanwhile, Shiny working on his own third base, just working on that next step. Nothing too wild from him either. Nothing too crazy, Poppy, nothing too crazy. And yeah, from here we're just going to be settling into our game. There's really not much to really sift into at the moment. We do have our Starport as a follow-up after that third CC. Likewise, Shiny back at home, just going to be droning on up as well, not doing anything too crazy either. Just droning, going to be saturating his bases. Likewise, he's pulled out of gas for the most part, so we're not rushing into a fast lair, we're not rushing into fast roaches, nothing of the sort. We're playing less standard, Papi. And Flexi, waiting for him to really pop off. And there it is. We're going for an add-on swap. He has Hellions, at least initially, for map control. So Hellions and Reapers are going to be moving out across the map. Likewise, with the add-on swap, we're going to be getting into a Banshee follow-up. Oh my. So Banshees are going to be on the horizon here, at least from Flexi. We'll see if Shiny can get a read on this and prepare in time. Again, I'm a little bit less familiar with Shiny. We've cast a lot more Flexi in our time. At least as Protoss, to be fair. So I expect a little bit more from him. He is GM. Shiny, I'm a little bit less familiar with, so I'm ready to be introduced. I'm ready for it. Just catching up. Do see the Hellions just going to be poking and prodding wherever they can. Oh! Heading towards that main base. There's only two Hellions. They can't really threaten too much, but we're at least keeping Shiny busy as we're droning. We do have a lair first here from Shiny. Okay, that was a bit of an earlier lair timing, around 420-ish. So a little bit earlier than normal, but only slightly. This should still be leading into a Bailey Nest, I imagine, then into delayed Evo Chambers. So a very safe opener by Shiny. At least I'm assuming this is a safe opener. I'm assuming we're not going into something crazy like 2-base Muta. It could still be possible. could still be. There it is, the Bailey Nest. So yep, there's Bailey Nest. Basically, the nest is lined up with the lair to get right into Bailing speed as soon as possible, and then we get into delayed 1-1 upgrades. Meanwhile, the Hellions, they do distract the Queens, and the Banshee's moving in, but we do spot it. Big scat there as well. I mean, it was revealed to the army. Spore crawlers are now on the way. There weren't any spores ready. There could have been damage done. Speaking of the helis, they dive into the mineral and they try to push in, but they are going to be denied. Not gonna be denied. So just messaging some of the players here, but we do get, 3 drones in total. We catch a queen off of creep at the same time. That Banshee is going ham, by the way. The Banshee getting a surprising amount done here on that 4th base. Meanwhile, creep is being receded. We do have a scan outside the bases. Ling's going to try to keep up here, and we do manage to get one of those Hellions, but lasts only one Hellion. Behind this, the hatchery taking a lot of damage here from the Banshees. We do have a Spore, we have detection, but oh god! We force a cancel. Big moment there for Flexi, canceling that 3rd base at the same time. Oh, sorry, it's just an Overseer. I saw something orange. I was like, yo, are we going for a run by? Not quite. Just an Overseer chilling. Helis, they're still not dealt with. No! We're supply blocked. We have supply blocked. We reverse up some drones. They line up. 6 drones go down. The barbecue is real. Finally, we can clean up these Helis, but they get a little bit more done. Extra volley goes off, and it looks like we got 6 drones all in all. The Hellions finally get shut down. The 4th base is restarted, and Shiny can stabilize, but Shiny sustained a lot of damage. Looking at the unit loss tab, 10 drone kills in total, 2 queens, and a cancelled 4th base. And behind this, Flexi is happily just saturating his bases, getting his workers going, and working towards his eventual stim push. Stim push is on the horizon here. And it shouldn't take too long to really get going. That shouldn't take too long. As there it is, speaking of. I was like, I'm like, okay, we're going to be heading out soon. Here we go. The medevacs are fully filled up. We do have stim completed here for Flexi. Is moving out immediately. Now, what's important is that he is keeping the rest at home. What I mean by that, actually, no tank production here for Flexi, going in towards Widow Mines instead. Widow Mine production has commenced. Back at home, Shiny amassing his queens, re-droning. We do have an infestation, bit of hydrogen. We're taking up quite quickly, actually. I'm not so sure if I'm fond of this, but basically Shiny's working towards the infestation bit, towards the hydrogen, towards hive tech, while he's still building up his army. Shiny is vulnerable right now. We don't have a lot of Ling Bane. We have 7 Banelings. There we go. The drop is pushing in. We are going to be moving forward. We catch a couple of tumors. Tumors are going to be going down. We stim on forward to try to get a queen. So far, the queens, they stand strong. Widow Mines have burrowed. Up. A decent connection on some of the Banelings, but we do force this back. Shiny, he does hold. But look at Flexi here, as the macro just does not stop. We load up another double drop towards the south. Meanwhile, again, Shiny is still droning up and now working towards Hydras, but we have very little Ling Bane. That's what I'm concerned about. Rushing into Hydras like this without too much Ling Bane to support is concerning. And Flexi can trade very well against this kind of army. Again, Hydras, they're a backbone of the army, true, but we need some meat in between ourselves and the Terran. The medevac is going to be able to escape. Is going to head on back here, and here we go. We do have a double drop towards the south. We do have the main army pushing towards the north. We catch an overload. We're going straight for the 4th base at the same time, threatening that 3rd. And what does Shiny react to? How does he respond? He's amassing his army at his 3rd base, which means that's going to be a kill on the 4th. Big pig off there by Flexi. Shells Widow Mines. Good connection. Good connection on Lings. Not so much on Banelings. But damage has been dealt, and Flexi from here can push towards the 3rd. I guess I'll say this is the 3rd, and up here is the 4th. So the 5th was killed. Okay, well here against the drones. 5 workers go down the mines. Oof. Lings, they take a big hit from those Widow Mines, and we are pulling Shiny apart left and right again. The Hydras didn't help too much here. We needed more Ling Bane. We were just a little bit too greedy. The Queen is going to be falling. Even catching more of these Overlords. No. So they do trickle into the Bio Army. Hydras pushing forward. Forcing back at least the Hellbats and forcing the pickup towards the south. It looks like we also forced the pickup as well. But Flexi's been banking his army back at home. That's a lot of Marines, that's a lot of Widow Mines. It's basically a purely Marine mine army. And against this kind of army, you do just need Ling Bane. Like, Hydras don't really help too much against this. They don't really add too much. I mean, they help against the Widow Mines, but against the mass bio, we need some Ling Bane, papi. Or I guess some Lurkers. And we're going for the Lunkers. Banshee's in the main base. They pick up a couple of workers. We are pushing right through the center. Lurker Den is on the way, but it's not going to be done in time. Not for the first push. Not for this push. Banshee's rolling in. Mine Shot's going to be baited out for the most part. And no big connections from those Widow Mines. We force back the army. We're amassing more Ling Bane. You can see here Shiny. Ooh, have we been losing queens? 7 queens. We're missing injects. We've been missing injects here. The macro is slipping. Shiny has 2,000 minerals, by the way. We need to spend it. We need to spend those minerals. We have only a little bit of lava. 8 lava here. Again, the macro has been slipping. I guess the supply block doesn't help. Yeah, 3 more overlords on the way. And because we can't spend our money, Flexi is maxed out. He's maxed out. We're pushing on forward. Shiny in quite a bit of trouble here. We are in some trouble. As Flexi threatens the stim. Bailey's coming in. Up. Bailey's they roll in. We get some decent connections on the Marines, but the splits are good. The spread is good. We clean up some of the Ling Bane. Likewise, Flexi getting his planetary up and running. He's on 4 bases. Shiny recovering economically, joining up to 82. And again, Shiny, he has his bank. If he's able to build up his army, if he's able to spend his money, then he can hold, he can defend. Despite these losses, Shiny, he's still holding his own. As Flexi's still rallying across the map. Finally, we can see Flexi starting to diversify his army. He's got tank production well underway, making 2 tanks at a time. Against Ling Bane Hydra, it is a better composition. We catch some of the overlords. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4 overlords go down, almost a 5th. As we catch a lurker, we get 1, we get 2, we get 3. 3 lurkers go down. Nice pick-offs here from Flexi. He did take some spines to the face. You can see how softened up this army is. You can see how well lurkers can perform against Marines. Yeah, they force them back. Shiny, we're holding. With the power of the Lunker, I was afraid we wouldn't get here. I was terrified we would not survive long enough to get into lurkers, but no, we have arrived. The lurkers are amassing. Shiny, he's holding. And now we're getting into the rest of our lurker upgrades. Meanwhile, Flexi, upon seeing these lurkers, I do like the transition to tank, but we need Ghost Academy. We need a Ghost Academy. We need some ghosts. Ghost Academy is done, but where are the ghosts? Nowhere to be found. Not yet. Wait, what? Crazy. Second Ghost Academy is on the way. We do crash our Banelings into a well-split group of Marines. Likewise, Ling Bane getting ready for a counterattack towards the planetary. At the same time, Flexi stimming on in. Gets a kill on the 4th. Now, this planetary is so exposed we can crash into it. Instead, we find some reinforcements. Tank is going to be going down. Banelings, they go for the middle lines instead. We're trading a base for a base. The lurkers, they borrow in time. And they're within range of the tank. Tank is going to be going down. Banelings, they crash into the natural, in towards the main base. But we need some economic damage, and they do get in. And probes are going 27 probes. Oh my god. And Flexi, upon seeing these lurkers, he has to turn back around. He has to race back home. And Shiny, can we catch the army? We want to catch those tanks. Yeah, tanks are going to be lifted. Flexi still on a healthy worker count, still on a healthy base count as well. His bases did survive, only losing SCVs. Only losing workers. Meanwhile, Shiny's production has been negatively affected here. He has been losing bases. Has to rebuild. Has to reroute his workers. Oh. Speaking of, lurkers are going to be retreating. Flexi's still maxing out with more tanks. Now, with the arrival of these tanks, without any ghosts, by the way, still no Ghost Academy. Well, Ghost Academy, there's 2 of them, but still no ghosts. With all these tanks, we need Vipers. We need Blinding Clouds. We need those Vipers to help support. So without them, it's going to be difficult to engage. I won't stop Shiny, though. Marines are coming in. And we're collapsing here on these tanks. Ooh, big mine shots on the lurkers. 3 lurkers go down instantly. But the Lings, they're getting on top of the tanks. It looks like we are barely focusing them down. We clean up the tanks. We clean up the Marines. It was a messy fight for Shiny, but he does hold. And we have enough lurkers left over. Yeah, the army just rallies on in. And Shiny, he has reestablished these bases. We need to get back to mining. Trying to catch a tank. Oof. Bleeding out a lurker. Again, we feel the pressure on. We need to keep on pushing. I mean, that's how we feel at least. You have to be very careful not to trickle on in, though. Yeah, tank is sieging. Lings are flooding forward. We get on top of the tank. Tank goes down. The lurkers are breaking through. And Shiny, have we done it? Have we broken the back of Flexi? It looks like we may barely have. Again, Flexi was in so much control earlier, but Shiny now popping off with the power of the Lunker. Let's go. Who needs Vipers? Who needs them? Again, our bases are getting back up and running for the most part, getting back and saturated on 91 workers. Flexi is remaxing, getting more Banelings, amassing more Lings, getting a couple of Hydras out. Likewise, Flexi does have a decent amount of tanks. Here come the Ghosts. Pushing on forward. As we chase back the army. You can see we're still amassing more. Vipers finally on the way. We were missing them for so long. And Vipers will be a secure way to clean this up. To shut this down. Again, Flexi, he's remaxing. He still has a good economy. Not amazing, but good. And again, I would love to see us just rotate over towards this planetary. Like, this planetary is so exposed. It's been so exposed for so long. Instead of pushing into this tank line, we're at least going towards the north. Where a second planetary is finishing. Or second orbital, sorry. They all look so similar. With this skin. But the Banes, they crash into the planetary. We bring it down. Let me get the hell out of there. At the same time, ooh, lurkers, they do harass across the map. They get in towards that fourth base, towards that southern base. Yeah, we came to the production. The Ghosts, no, they're going down as they pop. Disrupting the Ghost production. Oh, it looks like the lurkers towards the south were cleaned up. That was a pretty hefty loss there for Shiny. And this is not the fight to take, running into tanks. Oof. This is not what we needed here. Shiny bleeding out a lot of Lingbane. And getting his lurkers caught out. Yeah, Snipes, they bring one down. As we pull back, we're amassing more Hydras, more Lingbane. Flexi, he's on a bit of a timer though, in the sense that Flexi, his economy is in shambles. He doesn't have much mining going on. He doesn't have a bank. One bad fight, that could be if Vipers, they have arrived though. Vipers have arrived. Shiny can pull this off with some good blinding clouds. Northern Hatchery going to be going down. We barely were mining it, to be fair. It's barely mining. And there are the blinding clouds on every single tank. Yeah, tanks are falling. Banelings, they head towards the Bio Army. And every tank goes down. A good cleanup there by Shiny. Liberator doing what it can. We have expanded towards the south. Oh, another Liberator does rock up though. And we need to deal with this. There we go. Liberator does fall. Shiny doesn't have the most efficient mining going on right now. This northern base has been left idle. We see Flexi re-expanding. I do think he could have lifted up his main and floated it over to his fifth. Definitely would have been viable. The space is still quite low as well. But you can see Shiny just focusing on re-spreading his creep, re-establishing himself. Spreading as much creep as he can. The scan reveals the base, and we have to protect it. Flexi's on the way. Lingbane rotating over as well. We do rotate over. How many tanks do we have? 4. 4 tanks here for Flexi. We're still vulnerable to blinding clouds. Have a decent ghost count. We are coming in. Tanks are sieged. Ooh, a bit of miscontrol there out of Shiny, leaving his army alone. Jordan's going to be pulling back. Vipers have arrived. They're full of energy. Tanks are still sieged, by the way. A bit of an awkward push, but we do dive in. Yeah, tanks, they are going to be going down. Show us the blinding clouds. EMP on some of the Vipers. Lurkers are getting in position. How many lurkers do we have? 1? Ooh, 1 lurker. We need some more lunkers, Pappy. There it is. 11 more lurkers. He hurt me. You know. Did hear me, does know. As Flexi is re-establishing this northern base, he still has an economy, but you can see that, again, he's running out of steam, he's running out of bank, running out of resources. Flexi is feeling pretty all in. Good siege line here of Liberators. The Freedom has arrived. Snipes going off on the lurkers. Freedom is here. Viper is just going to be gathering up that energy. More liberation zones being thrown down. Oh. A couple of yoinks for the counter EMP. Not the best use of those Vipers. You can see the Liberators slowly sieging forward here. Flexi does have now a better army. And we need anti-air. How many Hydras do we have? Only 6. Without too much anti-air, this army is going to be forced back. We're going for the dive. A bold move. We come in from behind. We collapse on the ground army. We clean up the Ghosts and the Marines. We clean everything up, but where is the anti-air? Non-existent. Liberators, they rain down from the sky. We push on forward. We need Hydras. And Shiny having a hard time remaxing the Power Bomb. Oh my god. Doing quite a lot here to the Metamax. Base is being forced back. Shiny resaturating towards the north. More Hydras on the way. Oh, the Queens are a little bit late to the party. Yeah, Queens are shut down. Do we have any injecting Queens? Yeah, we do, thankfully. We have some at least. As we do need a remax. Again, you can see here that the production and the macro of Shiny is really hurting him. As you can see, like, we have a lot of larva. We have a lot of larva that isn't being spent. I'm uncertain if maybe the hatcheries aren't hotkeyed, but Shiny needs to spend his bank. He has a bank, by the way. He has a very lot. He's got 4k gas. We can make more Hydras. We can throw down a Spire. We can make something happen here. We just need to spend our money. I don't. Oh, good. This is becoming quite close. Closer than it should be. There we go. Now 42 Lings on the way. If we had an issue with hotkeys, it looks like maybe we have fixed it. Lings are in production. Re-establishing these bases. Flexi can still win a fight and win the game. Like, he's not out of this yet. Shiny having a really hard time defending these bases. Flexi is about to deny them, by the way. Shiny is out of position. And if we lose this base, we may as well take one of Flexi's. But we're going to be rotating back over. Force to cancel. Liberators are in position. We're coming in too soon. The Lings! Oh, Lings are going to be going down. Ay, ay, ay. Shiny is remaxing once the 28 Lings are done. The Vipers! Decent EMPs. We throw down a Panic Blinding Cloud. Not the best use of that energy. Flexi has the more efficient army. Decent spread here with the tanks, but they're still susceptible to Blinding Clouds. So we do have a little bit of Lurker Harass. Very important here. The Shiny forces back the attention. And now we can collapse on this. Do we have many Hydras? 16. We have a decent Hydra count. More Queen's going to be falling. We're going to be expanding towards the south. That's the main base. Main base has been floated over. And Shiny doesn't know. Doesn't know that Flexi has a good economy now. With a fresh mining base, arguably better than Shiny's. They're setting up first round. Again, a bit of an awkward engagement here. Bailings not coming in from the best angle. The Lurkers are exposed. 1 Lurker, 2 Lurkers, 3 Lurkers go down. But we clean up the tanks. We force back the army. Shiny was able to shut down the main army at least, but we need to do something about the economy. He has not scouted this, doesn't know. That's terrifying. What does he now? He does! He saw with the Overlord. Is aware Lings, they should shut down this base. And now it's going to be Flexi's turn to be out of position. Yeah, Workers are going to be going down. We're setting up for a push here towards the south. Flexi racing back over. Keeping some supply to harass. Flexi has the wherewithal yet to hit top right, which is exposed. At the same time, Lings, they do head towards the north, catch some reinforcements, but this drop could do damage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So even though Shiny kills 24 SCVs, which is good, Shiny, he may lose as many drones up here. Yeah, this singular drop is going to get so much damage done. Drones are going down. At the same time, we do push in. These tanks are so exposed. We missed the tanks. We missed them. We're going for the natural. There's nothing there. So once again, a bit of an awkward fight. But we do catch the tanks. Nonetheless, Bailing's rolling in towards the fire. The Lings all go down. Again, it was very haphazard. It was very disjointed. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Where the Lings got thrown away, but we got the tanks, so it was a good trade nonetheless. Meanwhile, top right base has fallen. And Flexi is going for another base, and he's going to get it. Shiny's trying to come back home. 28 drones. 30 drones going to be going down, and the hatchery as well. Again, Flexi still in this. He's down. He's down to one mining base. He's down to half a mining base. But he's getting damage done. We catch out the Vipers. We're catching the Lurkers as well. Get a very messy game. But Shiny should still have this. Should still be in the bag for our Zerg player. Just should. Big shit on that one. There we go. The Lunkers are coming. Basically, this northern base is the only thing keeping Flexi in this. And even then, he's barely hanging on. Barely hanging on, but... See Shiny double expanding. I believe that this southern base is fully saturated, thankfully. Yeah, we're going to be collapsing on the planetary. It's going to be going down. Planetary does fall. Bailey's a crash into the mineral line, and that's going to be all she wrote. Flexi, his economy almost non-existent at this point. Is no longer there. Going for a desperation move here, harassing across the map. Getting a couple of drones. I mean, he does get a base. To be fair, does kill a base. He could get another. Shiny racing on over. This is the rough thing about Site Delta, is that the corners of the map are so far apart. It takes so long to rotate over on this map. Sniper Viper. We dive on the army. Tank's going to be going down. We see Flexi doing his best here to just micro these 3 medevacs. I mean, he just killed 2 bases, right? Like, he just killed hatcheries. Like, he is getting damage done. Honestly, all Shiny has to do is defend his mining bases. That's all he has to do. Bottom right, defend this base, with even though there's only a couple of patches. And more importantly, keep an army towards the top right. Like, that's all he needs to do. Just maintain this economy. And then max out. Meanwhile, Flexi, again, he's trying to catch him out. If Shiny's a little bit too active, then he might be pulled apart, especially if he doesn't leave any army. Speaking of, Shiny moving out towards the bottom left. Top right is exposed. Top right, there's nothing here. Oh, there's 3 Lurkers, though. That's something. We catch out the Queens. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. We need to protect top right. We only lose 3 Lurkers. That's not enough. 3 Lurkers is not enough. We're racing back home. The hatchery's going to be going down. Yeah, the hatchery will fall. But here comes the main army. Let's go. We finally catch out Flexi. We clean up that lib. We take down a medevac. GG gets called, and Shiny will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Let's go. Oh my god, that was a bit of a shaky game, not gonna lie. I was very concerned. But GG, well played. Whew. Shiny does come out on top here. Again, Flexi initially had a lot of control. You can even see here, if we have a look at the graph, you can see Flexi, he's our pink player. He, again, had quite a substantial moment for himself, but alas, it did slip away. I will say that Shiny's macro was quite lacking. It was really concerning at times, but he was able to keep up and was able to make a game out of it. Oh. And maintain himself for the most part. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2. I do like this because it feels like both players are pretty evenly matched. Both players are they seem very close in skill. Let's have a look here. Flexi is 5.2. Shiny is, assuming they're both active on the European ladder, Shiny is around 5k. Pretty similar. Similar overall, and We'll see if we can go the distance. We'll see if we can go all the way to the ace match, or if it all ends here, and if Shiny can get the 2-0, we are here to find out. I'm gonna ask Lexi. What his main race is. Just because I think the last time I casted him, he played Protoss. Oh, he's telling me mostly Terran. Okay. So it looks like he is a bit of a race picker. He says he doesn't like TBT, so he plays Protoss against Terran. Okay. Oh wait, no! Not like this. Apparently we're being told here that Shiny... something came up. No, apparently something came up and Shiny is going to be giving a walkover. Ah. No, papi. So apparently Shiny, something came up and Shiny is unavailable. Apparently, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what. Hopefully, everything's okay and it's nothing too serious IRL. But apparently, something came up and Shiny does have to leave. And Flexi gets the walkover. GG. I mean, congratulations to Flexi as Flexi comes out on top. But I would have loved to have seen a series. Like that was a really nice game one. Again, it did feel like both players were pretty similarly skilled, and I wanted more, but yeah, unfortunately, it looks like something did occur, and Flexi will get the walkover. Shiny, I wish Shiny the best. Again, hopefully nothing serious, and hopefully we're able to see more of Shiny in the future. GG, well played. With that, Flexi will advance on into the next round against Cristiano. Ooh, in a Polish versus Polish match. Let's go. So I could follow Flexi into Cristiano. There's another portion of the bracket that I'm interested in, and I'd love to see Iba potentially versus Mana. Hold on, who's Mana up against? Someone called Viper. Let's see. It looks like Mana is out of game, right? I hope so. Don't want to message Mana accidentally. Want to do it accidentally, but yeah. So it looks like Flexi is going to be going up against Cristiano in the next round. But I'm going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break, and then we'll figure out where we're going. We'll figure out where we are headed. Until then, though, you know, everyone take a moment to posture check, you know, stretch a little bit and get ready for a full day of StarCraft, because this bracket is massive, it's huge, and we'll be getting into it. Give us a moment. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our next series. We're jumping in mid-series here into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our Polish Protoss player from representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have a spawner. We have the blue Zerg player representing CSO Esports. It is Viper. Here we go. Sorry, I was just catching up in the chat. Catching up. Yes, I'm still on the laptop. Still on the laptop, papi. For at least a couple more weeks, but here we go. We're jumping in mid-series. The reason for this, we could follow Flexi into Cristiano. That is true. But again, I'm a little bit greedy, and there's another series that I do have my eyes on that I want to follow this into. Flexi versus Cristiano, I'm sure is going to be a great series. But again, Cristiano is more of a heavy favorite there. And when it comes to the following series, I am keeping my eye out for the eventual opponent. The eventual opponent that is going to be facing off against the winner of this series. So again, we are going to be skipping on over here into Mana versus Viper. Oh boy, let's go. For the time being, Hatchgas Pool open out of Viper, forced to take the unnatural. Natural Probe is having its way with these drones quite a bit, actually. Oh god, no! The drone! One worker goes down. Ooh, a rough loss in the early game here. Mana, again, flexing his probe control, his probe harassment. Recently, of course, Mana was featured in a Stormgate show match, but we also saw last week Mana take down Hero Marine. It was a crazy result. For those who weren't here, check out the VODs. Mana, he eliminated Hero Marine, Big Gabe, from the tournament. And we were all in shock. And he did quite well. Like, he didn't, like, cheese him out or anything. Like, solid play out of Mana in that series against Gabe. Very impressive stuff. We were lucky enough to cast it, so check out the VODs. Mana did end up falling to Clem last week, but I mean, that's Clem, right? I mean, like, that's meant to happen. That's supposed to happen. So Mana, his reign did eventually end, but he had a really deep run, and that's also why my eyes are on Mana this week. I want to see how much further he can go. I want to see if he can replicate his success and maybe even have a rematch with Big Gabe later on. It's possible. Meanwhile, early Roach Warren. This was, what, a 2-minute 40-ish Roach Warren timing very early on. We're going for an all-in. We're going for a rush. No droning whatsoever here at the natural base. The Adept does confirm that, by the way, so big scout here by Mana. Back at home, shield battery is on the way for Mana already. He's setting up defensively. Lings are flooding. Roaches are on the way. Viper is going all in. And we're recalling back home. We realize what's happening. We're walling off. Good reaction by Mana. He walls off with a pylon, just to make sure everything stays powered. Oracle is on the way, as it was a Stargate opener from Mana. Oracle will help. We'll need a Void Ray, though. We will need that Void Ray, as we're getting a lot of damage done. The wall is looking fragile. It's going to be going down. We can see Mana throwing down a secondary wall here at the natural. Shield battery is going to fall. Lings are busting in. They're going for the pylon. Again, we do have a secondary wall behind this. We do wall off. Another shield battery is on the way. This one Adept is going ham. And we're soon about to have a second Adept. And where is that Oracle? Oracle has finally made us. We can go ham. We can clean up all these Lings. As the Oracle does threaten them. Looking down at them menacing. There we go. We activate the beam. We clean up all the Lings. We cancel the gateways. The confidence here by Mana. But the problem here is that we're not done. We're still flooding Lings and we are amassing Roaches. And now there isn't a secondary wall, but we have a shield battery, we have an overcharge, we have a lot of adepts. Oracles are moving out. They get eyes to the Roaches. Big scout here by Mana, but he sees the Roaches. Even though he sees them, can he stop them? That is the question. Again, we don't have a Void Ray, we don't have another Oracle. Oh, sorry, I should say we don't have a third Oracle. As Mana, he once again confirms the lack of expansion, lack of saturation. Warping in more adepts. How many Roaches do we have? 7. Not a bad amount, especially if we morph in some Ravagers. We have potential. We have potential to bust in. No Ravagers, though. Meanwhile, across the map, we're picking off drones. Workers are going down. We get 6 drone kills. 1 Oracle falls. You can see here the Roaches and Lings are flooding on forward. We have the overcharge, and we keep the Zealot alive. Again, if we had Ravagers, we could bust through, potentially. We could break in. We could break forward here as we get 12 worker kills across the map. The Living Roach barely breaks through into the natural, but there's just not enough here. No shield battery, but I mean, there's just not enough left over. 3 roaches remain. Now down to 2, now down to 1 roach. Aye. Reinforcements have arrived, but it's just not enough to break through. Mana, he takes a 3rd base. Mana's looking quite chill, cool, calm, and collected. He's easily swatting this back. Void Ray has arrived. That's what I was concerned about. It is here. GG, well played. Good sir. As Mana is going to be able to hold, defend, and clean this up. Does tap out, and Mana takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Mana as he does take the series 2-0. Things were looking a little bit scary for a moment. I was a little bit concerned that he did not take the all-in seriously enough, but no, he shuts it down, doesn't take any economic damage, cleans it up, shows us how, how well Mana can defend. And with that, he will take the series 2-0. My condolences to Viper, but a good showing nonetheless. We missed out on game 1, but especially when there's a skill disparity, when you're up against a pro player, I do love that we come at it from a different perspective, with the perspective of, going for the all-in and trying to cheese out a pro. I do appreciate it. With that, Mana advances on into the next round to face off against his opponent. Oh boy. It is going to be Mana versus Eba in the next round. There it is. This is what I have been waiting for. This is what I've been gunning for, even. A fresh series between these two players. Let's go. As I'll just slip into some DMs. And switch on over to our bracket. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have a lot of updates, so let's slowly go over them. From the top. Okay. From the very top. We have MaxPax. MaxPax, one of the highest seeds, I think the number 1 seed, actually. The number 1 seed of the tournament. Has a wave of players ahead of him, but oh god, Zion. It's going to be Zion alongside Boanan, alongside either Baby Marine or UD Soldier. This is going to be quite a nice TVP actually. Baby Marine versus UD Soldier. I think last time they went to the ace match, this could go either way. So I do wish them both the best. But MaxPax, he's looking to breeze his way through a lot of these players towards the towards the quarterfinals. Again, we'll see if Baby Marine or UD Soldier can stop him, as they are going to be the next big obstacle in the path of MaxPax. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Young Yakov. Looks like there might be a walkover being set up, but we have Young Yakov waiting for his opponent into Gulgas, into most likely Geralt. Shout out to Kosit. We've been seeing a lot of Kosit recently, or Kosit? I think Kosit. We've seen a lot of him recently. It's still going to be an uphill battle here. Geralt, he's going to be favored to advance on to the round of 16, where he's most likely facing off against Young Yakov, unless an upset happens, which could be possible. So, again, most likely Geralt versus Young Yakov into the upper quarterfinals, which would be into most likely MaxPax, or either Baby Marine and UD Soldier. Again, best of luck to all these players. Basically, it's can any one of these guys stop and slow down MaxPax. Now, fun fact, I believe it was last week, Geralt versus MaxPax went to the ace match. It did go to game 3, so Geralt, he's got it in him to take maps off of MaxPax, but a series, that's going to be a bit of a tougher ask. So best of luck to Geralt, and as well as Young Yakov, Baby Marine, and UD Soldier. Wish them all the best up here. Scrolling down a little bit further, we do have Harstem up against Astro, up against Spazzy thereafter. So there is going to be some pretty good matches here, actually. Some pretty good matches. Wish them all the best of luck. I'm unfamiliar with these players, both Wingit and Salamander. Mixu was the higher seed, but Mixu doesn't show. Mixu's not here. Walkover was claimed. Without Mixu being here, it looks like maybe an easier road for Harstem. Mixu would have definitely been a player in his path. And we'll see, as both Harstem and Spazzy Mazzy are going to be facing off, and the winner most likely will have a bit of an easier time here. Again, I'm not familiar with these two players, so maybe they can pose a threat. Possible. Is possible. As we scroll down a little bit further, we do have Nickrat up against Yellow Fox in the round of 32. Winner goes up against either a Hacker is Top or Skillus. Yo, shout out to Hatsu. Hatsu forced the ace match. Big result here, actually. Oh my god, that's huge. That is huge. So Hatsu versus Hacker. Hacker is Top. Winner goes up against, or winner, of course, is Hacker is Top, but was forced to go to the ace match. Now up against Skillus. Skillus is another big name. Skillus is another big name here, looking to make a deep run. Up against Hacker is Top, followed by most likely Nickrat. I say that just because I'm unfamiliar with Yellow Fox. I don't really know who they are, so, I mean, hey, we could see an upset there as well. We'll see how far Yellow Fox can go. Did 2-0 Cyril. So now we have Spirit versus Logic into Sebestes. Spirit, another big Polish Terran player, one of the big Terrans in all of Poland, actually. Can make a deep run. Very much so. We'll see if he can be stopped. Most likely Spirit versus Fiant here in the round 16. But again, I'm unfamiliar with Urano, so see how well Urano can perform and how far they do go. Wish them the best. Scrolling down, we have Battle B waiting for the winner of Flexi and Cristiano. That's where we were headed earlier. That is where we were headed earlier here. Flexi versus Cristiano. Winner goes up against Battle B in the next round. Then we have our series, Mana versus Eve. This is what we've been waiting for. Going to be following this series into either Spats or Blinchik. Again, Spats going to be favorite. I haven't casted Spats in a long time. He was at one point the ace player of Berserker Esports. So looking forward to potentially seeing more of Spats later on, or Blinchik in the round of 16. And towards the bottom, we have Aristory versus X-Ray. X-Ray got the walkover over Gref. I'm unfamiliar with X-Ray. Gref is a GM cannon rusher, but X-Ray got the walkover. Aristory looking to go up against, most likely, Hero Marine, as Big Gabe is the number 2 seed of the tournament. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hardlead, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing his new team, the Platinum Esports. It is Eva. Here we go. The ZVPs continue, but they only get harder here for Mana. We'll see if we can pop off. As we get into this, a big shout out to Dave Testa. God, Papi, thank you so much, Papi. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Cyberjohn in the chat. Gracias, Papi, gracias. Do appreciate the support. Do appreciate the love. Gracias, Papi. Este Dave. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you for the support. Thank you. Big shout out to Dave Testa. Dave Testa, of course, is a fellow English caster in the scene. He does, I believe, Dave should be casting the ESL Open Cup Americas. He should be there. And of course, Dave is one of the big names behind the KSL, behind the Korean StarCraft League. So without Dave, the KSL most likely would not be a thing. So thank you for all that you do, Dave. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Always, Papi, always. As we have a gate expand into Cybercore standard opener here out of Mana. Across the map, Eba forcing the unnatural natural. Again, Eba recently joining Platinum Esports. Platinum Esports is a bit of a branch off from the Platinum Heroes. I believe they have close ties, and they have kind of split their team up into 2. So Platinum Esports is one to look out for, definitely. One to look out for. As Mana's getting into his opener, we have our take of choice. It is going to be a Stargate opener. We do delay our Warp Gate, and I'm sure Eba is aware of that as well upon seeing the Cybercore not researching, so he's fully aware that it's most likely a Stargate opener from Mana. As the Stargate is on the way, Probe gets shut down, third base is being taken, Eba getting into his game. Mana opening up Stargate. Does open up Stargate here. Again, for the time being, we're just building up. With this Stargate, it should be an Oracle-based opener. I say that it is rally to the Overlord. Are we going Void Ray? There it is. Void Ray is on the way. I noticed that there wasn't a Stalker, so I'm like, we're not getting high ground vision. Void Ray opener out of mana. Very cheeky move. Okay, so the way this dynamic works, the way the Void Ray works, is that we shut down the Overlord, we deny any kind of scouting, and Mana can hide his follow-up. His follow-up could be standard play, or it could be something more aggressive and more unorthodox. Something like double Stargate into Skytoss, like a Carrier Rush or a Tempest Rush. We could go into double Stargate Phoenix. We could go into a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. We could go for a Charge all-in. There's a lot available here to Mana, and Eba will have no idea. It'll be difficult for Eba to piece it together, and he has to play safe. Void Ray shuts down the Overlord. We are going for a Forge first. Interesting. This should be followed by the Twilight Council. There we go. Forge into Twilight Council. This should be for +1 and Blink. There is, of course, +1 and Charge also available for Mana, but honestly, this tech isn't too crazy. Like, this looks like a pretty standard follow-up. Outside of the fact of how fast it is, I should emphasize as well, there we go. We delayed the Oracle production. We delayed our second Stargate unit in favor of the Forge and in favor of the Twilight Council. So much faster timing here. This leads me to believe that this may be Charge, actually. I'm curious. Void Ray moves out. Eba happily droning, throwing down his Roach Warren at a pretty early timing, 4:30. I say early. It's a safe timing for the Roach Warren. It's earlier than normal just because we don't know what the follow-up is. And yep, it's Charge. There you go. There's going to be +1 in Charge here from Mana. Eba, with his safety Roach Warren, will have an army to contend with this. Lings, they do harass across the map. They get eyes on the third base. And it looks like we might be able to kill the Adept. Yeah, we do get on top of the Adept. It does get shut down. So he will be pulling back. Behind this, okay. And I assumed it was going to be a safe opener here, but we have Overlord Speed on the way. Okay, we do have the Lair as well. Again, just trying to get some scanning information. A Gateway Explosion is upon us, and how many gateways do we have? 6 in total. 6 gateways, Charge, and +1. But I was going to give a shout out to D-Money. Papi, thank you so much, D-Money, in the chat for resubscribing with Twitch Prime. Oh my god, Papi, thank you so much for the support. Quack. Papi. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content. I hope you enjoy the casting. And thank you for the Twitch Prime. We do our best to cast as often as we can, as much as we can. We do our best. Behind this, Charge and +1 is done. We are amassing a lot of Zealots, by the way, and we will soon be hitting a timing with +1. Oh boy. This is going to hit like a truck. And Eba, is he going to be ready for this? Behind this, he's been droning up to 60. Droning up to just under 60 workers. Fourth base is being taken. Roaches are amassing again. Very important that we did make these safety roaches. Zealots have arrived, and Eba does have an army. Yeah, he will force this back. Does force back the forces of Mana. Behind this, Blink is on the horizon. Really fast +2. Fourth base is being taken. Fourth base is on the way, and Mana still being very active with these Zealots. Hasn't thrown them away yet. Rotating over. Getting the revelation. Going for the hatchery. Oh! Thinks about it. Again, does want to throw those Zealots away. He's just trying to outmaneuver Eba. But Eba, he keeps up. Does keep up. Tumors are going to be going down. But we do miss the active tumor. So Eba, he will retain vision here. And he holds. Whew. Eba does hold. He swats away the army. Behind this, we have a Spire on the way for Eba. Getting into the Spire, getting into more droning, saturating the fourth base finally. Is going to be saturated. And Eba, he's going to make use of these roaches. He's pushing out. That's quite an army, though. Eba, he has to be careful. Moving in with 27 roaches. Yeah, he runs into the army. Eba poking in. He wants those Zealots. Does pick off a fair amount of them. And before retreating, we do back up. Spire again is on the way. You can see Eba, he's banking up gas, banking up minerals, ready for the mass muta switch. He's going for it, Papi. He's going for it. This Mana is going to be pushing. He's going to be applying some pressure here. Again, he's still taking up behind this, but +2 is about to finish for Mana. They're getting himself with some of these roaches, but Iba, he pounces on the army. Stay trap going off only on a handful of lings. Iba taking the better fight, taking the slightly better trade, and do we have mutas? Not yet, actually. Ooh, we force a cancel on the base. Good Zealot run by. There we go. Finally, mutas are on the horizon. Only 6 for the time being. We can afford more, but we're not going for it. There we go. 9 mutas on the way. The mutas, they're coming. They are amassing. And Mana still doesn't know. That's the scary thing. Mana has no idea. Despite all these oracles, he's been focusing on aggression, focusing on pushing, not on scouting. Mana doesn't see what comes next. Cleans up the lings, breaks on through in towards the center. Muta's been spotted. Big scout. Muta was spotted. Good blinks here out of Mana. They're breaking through the defensive line. Iba in some trouble. Again, +2 is huge here for Mana. The drones, they go the drones are going down. The oracles go ham. And we're picking up so many roaches. Mutas, they make their way into the main base. They are getting damage done. Iba, he's barely holding on, but he lost 13 drones. And Mana has an insane worker lead. There we go. We forced a recall. Mana just now losing probes. Did recall back home. Ooh, and the mutas, they take quite some losses. 2 mutas go down. Now, Mana did lose a big chunk of his army, but yeah, we're just warping in. Big wave of stalkers. Mana, he's got 80 probes. His economy is insane, by the way. He has a solid economy. His army is still very gateway-based. But as long as those mutas don't get out of control, we should be okay. Mana pushing in. Iba trying to go for a run by. Isn't quite able to. And this hatchery is going to be going down. Iba going to try and save it. He's coming in. The hatchery gets sniped. Clean micro there out of Mana. Good stasis trap as well. Essentially a force field. At the same time, a big Zealot warp into the main base. Drones are going down. Iba, he's getting picked apart. This is becoming a little bit too much. He does collapse on top of some of these stalkers. Bailey's are rolling in. Up. Oh, they don't quite make it into the mineral line. Good positioning out of Mana. The Zealots finally get cleaned up. They kill another 7 drones. And Iba's all in. Iba is all in at this point. Barely has an economy. He's stuck on four bases. Stuck on 4 hatcheries. And Mana, oh boy, is getting a bit out of hand. Is getting a bit out of control. Now the quality of his army, like the composition, is lacking, and that's now what we're working on. Temple Archives is done. Twilight Council, of course, has been done for a while, but the Temple Archives does allow for those Archons. That is a kill. A kill on excess. Ooh. Pylon barely does go down. As we lose a couple more mutas. But Iba, he's not taking this lying down. Like, he is getting some damage done here. And he has an army to work with. Do we have Storm? No. No Storm available. Limited splash damage. But Immortals are on the way. And the addition of these Archons, it is going to help quite a bit. Okay, Iba, we have to send it here and now. Rocks are being knocked down. Can we dive on top of these Stalkers? Storm just started. It's not done yet. Until it finishes, we could take a fight, but that's a lot of cannons. That's a lot of shield batteries. Iba still on 3-base saturation. Still on 64 drones. You just try to come in. You can see Mana rotating around. Rotating over. Here we go. Iba pushes in, but the Sim City's looking pretty good. Oh my god, the pylons and shield batteries. Yeah, we have a wall of buildings we cannot get past. Zealot run by once again comes in. Oh, we can't lose this base. We can't afford it. Bailing run by does get 10 workers, and we save the hatchery. The hatchery is barely saved. Likewise, Iba rotating around. Storm zoning away some of the Ling Bane. Yeah, connecting with those Lings. Eva trying to collapse on this. The Storms are looking good, but the Ling Bane still breaks through. Takes down the shield batteries, takes down some of the cannons. The shield batteries are going down, but Eva, he's running out of steam. He's running out of army. Now that the Ling Bane is gone. Oh my god, that was so close. Now that the Ling Bane is gone, the Roaches are so vulnerable. Yeah, and Mana is snowballing out of control, going for a big counterattack. GG gets called, and Mana will take game number 1. GG. Big game, a big win there for Mana. Very nicely done, and Eba had his moments. He was able to keep the Spire hidden, is what I will say. If you remember, the Spire was hidden, but we delayed muta production, and the mutas themselves were eventually revealed. Again, it was a little bit lackluster there. Just a little bit. And with that, Mana able to snowball out of control, able to deal quite a bit of damage. Quite an aggressive follow-up as well, with those Zealots into the +2 Blink Stalker timing. The initial +1 timing was defended, but the +2 Stalkers, they did break through. They did get out of hand. And they forced Eba to delay his mutas, just because he had to produce Roaches and Lings. Otherwise, he would die. And damage was still dealt anyway. Again, really impressive control there by Mana with his Blink Stalkers. And now we're getting into game number 2. Gonna be on Solaris. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing Platinum Esports. It is Eva. Throwing down the spray and going for the 15-15. 15 hatchery into the 15 spawning pool. Very safe opener out of Eba. This time he will get his base up and running on location where he wants it to be. Let's go. Let us go. Thank you, Life, for always casting ESL Korea. No problem, no problem. We do what we can. We do our best. Do our best. Even when we're in Europa, we cast ESL Asia. ESL Korea. Honestly, it's not at a bad time slot for Europe. It's at like 10 a.m. 10 a.m. in the morning. Sometimes I'm a little bit groggy and I'm not fully, like, my brain isn't fully awake for it. But we get there over the course of the cast. We get there. But yeah, ESL Korea or ESL Asia was earlier today, for those that are curious. Earlier, a number of hours ago. And now we're here with Europe. Unfortunately, I won't be able to cast ESL Americas live, unfortunately. But a shout out to Maples. I see Maples in the chat. Who did compete last week, and we casted the replays, and Maples went up against Euthermal, and we had a clown fiesta of the series. It was nonsense, papi. Yeah, este Euthermal. He was an animal. Euthermal was off racing a Zerg, for those that are curious. I don't quite know the level of his Zerg, but I'm shaking my head. Regardless, we're getting into our PvZ. Again, Mana once again going for a gate expand into the Cyber Core. We mentioned earlier that Eba did go for a safer opener. Again, does lead into later gases, later Ling speed, later aggression from Eba. Safer overall. This does mean that Mana has a little bit more freedom. Once again, a Stargate opener, but just because it's a Stargate doesn't mean it's going to be standard play. Doesn't mean it's going to be Oracles, could be leading into Void Race instead. Mana has options. Does have options here. We'll see what he goes for. As he is going to be making those adepts. Personally, I would love to see another Void Ray opener. I would love to see a Void Ray into a very different build. It's just a really good way to play with a series and to, you know, keep your opponent guessing, because the Void Ray opener would look like the same build as game one, and then bam, you whip out something completely different instead. We'll see. There it is, Void Ray first. Again, I'm quite fond of it. I doubt this is going to be a Void Ray into a fast Forge and Twilight Council into +1 and charge again. As I mentioned, I think it's best to mix up your builds off of a Void Ray opener and go for something different. And we can go for anything. Again, Sky Toss, Glaive Adepts. We go for a charge-based all-in, even without the Forge. We shall see. Even Phoenixes. Even Mass Phoenixes. But now E was just saturating his bases, getting into his third base. The winner is soon to be upon us, soon to shut down that Overlord. And really our eyes are on Mana to see what he goes for. Going straight for a faster third. There it is. There's that Forge, there's that Twilight Council. What I will say is that this looks like the same build. So far, at least it does. Also quite bold to go for the third as quickly as he did. But is going to get up and running. Eba is going to be supply blocked for a couple of seconds. Yeah, for quite some time. We'll eventually break out. There we go. 3 Overlords on the way. But based on how fast the Forge is alongside the Twilight Council, I'm feeling +1 in charge again. Now, if you remember, this led into a 3-base, 6-gate charge timing, which was unable to do too much damage because of how safely Eba was playing. And there it is. We have 3 more gates on the way. It's going to be 4 in total so far, with charge, with +1. And we should be throwing down 2 additional gateways. And speaking of, there they are. So 6 gates in total, same build as game 1. Now, Eva, once again, is going for an earlier Roach Warren. This was around a 4-minute 30, 4-minute 20 Roach Warren timing. It has to be early just because Eva doesn't know what it is. It could be Glaive Adepts for all he knows, so we have to play safe. +1 melee is on the way. We will be making a couple of Roaches. And just like the last game, we shouldn't take too much damage, but the Oracle goes ham. Oh my god, we get 4 drones. We get 4 drones in the main. A pretty decent amount of damage dealt here. Again, Eva behind this is going to be stuck re-droning instead of making Roaches. I'm concerned. We can drone for now, that's fine, but hopefully we're not too greedy. There we go. As a couple of Roaches are in production, and Zealots are going to be amassing. There we go. Zealots are moving out. Again, charge and +1. They're finishing up in a couple of seconds. By the time they do, these Zealots will be across the map. So a very crisp timing here from Mana. Lings move out. Lings, they scout. They get eyes on the Zealots. Big scout here by Eba. Eba, he knows, and he is making Roaches. Thankfully, not supply blocked. Zealots have arrived. Oh, the 4th base is under fire. And the 4th base, it's going to be cancelled. Yeah, the Roaches, they get here a little bit too late. Lings as well. We deny the 4th. So this timing has already done well for ourselves. Oh, Eba in the midst of droning. Yeah, we collapse on the Roaches. Zealots, they trade with Roaches. Good trades here for Mana. Nice hold position, Micah, with those drones. Queens as well, adding some support. So far, 3 Roaches went down. 3 Roaches and a denied 4th. Pretty good. Pretty good, to be honest. As more Zealots they get into the natural, they get another 3 drones. So overall, a pretty successful attack. Yes, Mana didn't kill his opponent, but he only spent 7 Zealots. 7 Zealots to get some gas trades to deny the bases. Getting our own 4th up and running, on par with the 4th of Eba, which should not be happening. So Mana is in a good position. Behind this, we're rushing towards Blink and +2. Now, we did mention that this +1 Zealot timing, Zealot charge timing, leads into +2 on Blink. Leads into +2 on Blink, and this did achieve quite a lot. This did kill and put Mana in a really good position in game 1. We'll see if he's as successful here in game 2. Stalkers are amassing. Zealot drop is sent towards the main. Lings are denied here towards the south. Are denied. Yeah, big warping into the main base. 6 Zealots at a time. We have a 7th and an 8th gateway on the way. We collapse on the Queen, and we will bring it down. The Queen does fall. More Zealots coming in towards the south, and Eba, his Lings at least are out of position. Do we have Roaches? We do, but they're being distracted. They're stuck in between the bases. And Zealots, they kill the main. No shot. They're going to kill the main base, and we get a kill on the 4th as well. Eba getting pulled apart. The Ling run by gets cleaned up. Mana all over him with these charge lots. And we don't even have +2 yet. +2 still about to finish up alongside Blink. Now it is done, and now we can start working towards Stalkers. Again, Mana did lose a handful of pros, but it was only a handful. That pales in comparison to what Eba just lost. Again, 2 hatcheries. The lair has to be oh god. The lair has to be rebuilt. Not like this. Another hatchery on the way. We're rebuilding that 4th. And Mana is in control. We do have +3 on the horizon. Prism is meeting up with the main army, I believe. No, sorry, Prism still going in for a counterattack. Now, Eba does have quite a large army. He has quite a large force. Rolling on in. Zealots, they get across the map, though. Bailings, they get into the mineral line. No reaction. Oh, the blink. Very close blink there. Clutch blink out of Mana. He does defend his mineral line. Again, it takes, what, like 11 Bailings to kill a Stalker? The Stalkers, they stood strong. They deny the Bailings. Likewise, Zealots across the map did distract the reinforcements, and Mana holds. Bleeds out 5 probes, but Mana still has a worker lead. Big wave of reinforcements on the way. There it is, just really rounding out this army. Eba across the map, doing what he can to just hold his own. To keep his head above water. He's pretty all in. I mean, he is re-establishing these bases, and he's running up to 74, that is true. But tech-wise, Eba's quite far behind. Is stuck with Lingbane Roach Ravager, stuck with, again, a Lair Tech army. As Mana is going to outscale him. Okay, we've got Archons, Immortals, soon to be +3. Storm is on the horizon as well. Ooh, that's going to be a big one. Storm is on the way. As Eba going to be pulling back. Zelaramai does distract him. Eba, he's racing back home. Zealots are going to be cleaned up. A nice split here out of Mana. Okay, just trading as efficiently as possible. Stalkers, they push on forward towards the 5th. Trading with Lings. Blinking over the wall, not losing anything. Now, Eba has been able to drone up to 80, so his economy is now looking good. We have an infestation bit on the way. This is going to be for Hive Tech, so you can see that Eba, he is slowly working on that next step, working towards that Hive. Spire has been thrown down. Can Eba catch up, and can he stabilize? I mean, I'm still concerned about this Storm timing. Storm is now done. Bailing Runby does not get in. Do we have High Templar? We do. 4 High Templar here for Mana, and we're pushing. All 4 in that Prism. We're moving out. Oh boy. Or at least we should be. Yeah, Mana, he is maxed. And if Eba can somehow survive this push, then maybe we can stabilize in a way. And we can like keep up with Mana. We can have more of a back and forth. But now though, Eba in a bit of trouble. He is maxing out with Lingbane Roach Ravager. It's going to come down to the engage. It's going to come down to Lingbane if he can somehow avoid the storms. Oh god! If he can avoid them, but a big storm on the army, and we're chasing the Bailings! We chase them down! Half of them get picked off by the High Templar, by the storm, and we have plenty more. There we go, once again on the Bailings. But we still have a good chunk left. We collapse on the army. Oh, Mana losing his Immortals there. At the same time, takes down the hatchery, going for the natural. This is the Hive, by the way. We can't afford to lose it. We shouldn't lose it as we get the Queens. Get into the mineral line. Zealot's pushing forward. There are still Bailings left over. Mana, feel like overextending a little bit here. The Zealots are going to be going down. We collapse on the Stalkers. Eba, he takes a fight, and he does take a massive supply lead. Eba, now is the time to go. You see a big wave of Warpins back at home. Zealots and High Templar, but there's no Storm. There's no Storm left over. Eba, he crashes on forward, takes down the Zealots. Bailings, they don't quite get in. Overcharge is pop. Shield battery goes down. And Eba, now is his time. He has to break Mana here and now. Takes down some Stalkers. We have a Warpin, but it gets denied. Big moment there for Eba. There are some Storms left over. Ooh, as Mana barely holds on. Mana, he holds, and now I'm a little bit more concerned for Eba. Like, this was his moment. Eba had to end the game here and now, and he almost did it. He almost broke the base, but he didn't. And Mana, he's still on 85 probes. He's re-maxing. He's resaturating. Eba is now working towards Ultras. They don't have the best upgrades. There's no Carapace upgrades. We have Cadence Plating still on the way. But Eba, he can re-max. Mana, that's Skytoss. +1 air attack. Skytoss on the horizon. But it's a ways away. There's no Fleet Beacon. No fleet beacon for mana. Eva going for a Ling run by. Storm drop coming in. Good reaction. We lose 2 drones. Only 2 workers to the storms. Ling run by is deflected. We have another storm. Again, once again, Eva, he does preemptively react there. Does pull away. Greater Spire on the way. Oh, it gets cancelled. We fake out the Greater Spire. Interesting move there at Eva. Feeding Mana some false information. Mana, he still has a supply lead. He's remaxing already. He is remaxing. Getting run by rolling in. Headed towards the bases, but yeah, Mana's in position. Once again, the bailing, like we've seen like 5 or 6 attempted bailing run bys and they haven't done much. Ultras are revealed. Again, with these ultras, Eva can take a fight, especially on creep. That's the thing, like pushing into these bases is difficult, but if Mana pushes onto creep, then Eva can swallow him up, potentially. Yeah, we're waiting for these upgrades to kick in. Eva going for a roach counterattack. Does spot the army. Catches the High Templar. Bailey's roll in. Oh, they get in! Finally! They do get in, and oh, we get 8 probe kills. We get something. At the same time, a big Zealot counterattack. We get on top of the hatchery. And the hatchery is going to be targeted. It goes down. Big pick off there by Mana. Takes down the base. At the same time, almost loses his own. But again, we're just still keeping the base count of Eva low. Still only on 4 bases. His 5th has been denied over and over again. This base died earlier. This base just got picked off. Eva with inefficient mining. Eva is being forced back. And now again, Mana, he's got a terrifying army. Look at, he's got what, 8 immortals, 9 archons. Like, this is a death bull of an army, if I've ever seen one. This army can struggle against something like Broodlords or a heavy lurker army, but against ultras, man, Mana, he's got the ideal. Outside of Skytos. Good feedbacks on the Vipers. The ultras are getting caught out. Yeah, we do catch out the ultras. 1 ultra goes down. We get a 2nd. We should get a 3rd and a 4th. The ultras, they melt. They melt again against this many archons and immortals. At the same time, a big Ling counterattack. We get Lings to the natural. Lings at the 5th base. Sorry, at the 6th base. 22 probes go down. But Mana's going for a massive push, and I don't think Eva can stop this. It's a death bull of an army, and I don't think it can be stopped. We take down the hatchery. We take down the center base. Mana could keep pushing, but we're turning back around for a moment. We're cleaning up those Lings. Rotating around instead. Playing it safe. Gets the center base, and I feel like we're rotating towards the north to take down, yeah, the northern hatchery. Another run back here by Eva. Getting some probes. Now, the economy of Mana is no longer looking amazing. He's down to 50 workers, but the army. This army is insane. He has a super maxed army, 143 army supply. We're rolling on forward. The drones are getting caught out. And Eva, he just cannot keep up with this. It's a brick wall of Protoss. The lightning clouds are thrown down, but it doesn't even matter. We take down a base, and we're not stopping. Mana now going in for the kill, going in for the throw. GG gets called, and Mana will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Mana will take it. Eva having a really rough time in this matchup, or in this series against Mana. He was able to have his moments here in this game, that is true, but Mana was popping off with the Zealot run-bys, with the Zealot counterattacks, just picking Eva apart, setting himself up so well leading into the mid-game. Eva was able to take some good fights, that is true, but the economy of Eva was always suffering. The production and the base count, and again, the economy of Eva was always 1 or 2 steps behind that of Mana. But towards the end of the game, Eva was finally dealing some economic damage and was finally getting himself in a decent economic position, but at that point it was too late. At that point, Mana had outscaled Eva, snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. Mana takes it 2-0, advances on to the next round. GG, congratulations. And with that, let's head on over to the bracket and figure out where exactly we are and where we are headed. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat. We will start from the bottom just in case. Okay, there we go. We do have the round of 16. As Mana advances onto the round of 16 to face off against Spats. Spats, of course, arguably the ace player of Berserker Esports, the German Protoss. It's going to be a PvP up next. And I'm going to slip into some DMs. I'm going to slip into some DMs and let them know. Where is my Spats? There he is. Okay, so Mana vs. Spats is going to be coming up next on the channel in the round 16. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Aristri taking down X-Ray 2-0. Aristri waiting for the winner of Davbond and Hero Marine. Again, Big Gabe is the second seed of the tournament. Big Gabe is the second seed, and it's all about, can he be stopped? Can anyone slow him down? I mean, we do have... Oh, hold on. We do have Mana, Spats, and Aristri looking to slow him down. Again, Mana was the player that knocked down Big Gabe earlier, last week. In last week's tournament, Mana did eliminate Big Gabe from ESL Open Cup Europe. Will history repeat itself, or will Big Gabe get his revenge? I mean, we'll see if they face off. I want the rematch. Personally, I would love to see a rematch between Mana and Hero Marine, and I'd love to see if Mana can replicate his success, or if Big Gabe gets his revenge, right? Like, that's what I'm gunning for. But it's not that cut and dry, because this PvP could go either way. It's a PvP, papi. Protoss vs. Protoss can be a very dynamic and very scary matchup. It can, upsets can and have occurred in the past, and what I will say is that Spats is no slouch. Spats had a lot of success last year. You know, there's a reason why he was picked up by Berserker Esports when he was. He was able to win some online events, was able to have really good performances. Spats, I feel like he's a little bit underrated. I do praise him quite highly, especially in 2023. I haven't seen much of him recently, which is why I'm excited to cast him again. I'm excited to get back into some Spats action, as he's quite a unique player, quite an aggressive player, from my recollection. Quite an aggressive player here. But we shall see. Meanwhile, as our players conduct their vetoes, let us quickly... One moment. There we go. Let us quickly go over the bracket itself and figure out any other updates that are going on. So this is the lower half of the bracket. Scrolling up, we do have Cristiano. He takes down Flexi 2-0. He's up against Battle B in the next round. This is going to be a really, really hot TVP. Battle B versus Cristiano. Ah, it's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. So I wish them both the best. Personally, I would love to cast them. I would love to cast some Battle B versus Cristiano action, but alas. Alas, we can only pick one, and we have our series set. So wish them the best, and I hope someone casts them. I hope someone does cover that matchup, because it's going to be a good one. Scrolling up, we have Fiant versus Spirit. Oh, that's going to be another one. That's going to be another good TVZ. Spirit coming in as the heavy favorites, but Fiant is a young up-and-comer. It's always great to see Fiant's progress, rate of progression, week after week, month after month. So do wish him the best, as he's up against one of the best Terrans in all of Europe. Not going to be an easy matchup whatsoever. Meanwhile, Skill is still up against Hacker is Top. I believe Hacker is Top is a Protoss player, so a bit of a PvP. Winner goes up against Nickrack. Again, Nickrack was the favorite player against Yellow Fox. I was unfamiliar with him. Yellow Fox, so Nickrack does advance on. And that's going to be a pretty spicy one. Nickrack versus potentially Skillus will be really good. Skillus is still going to come in as a favorite player, but Nickrack is one that can bring him down. Scrolling up a little bit further here, we have Salamander advancing on to the round 16. I mentioned before that unfortunately Mixu didn't show and there was a walkover. So because of that, we do have Salamander making a deep run. I'm unfamiliar with him. I'll be honest. I'm not even certain what that flag is. I'll be real. But yeah, really cool to see Salamander making a deep run, and wishing the best against either Hearthstone or Spazzy. As we head on a little bit further up, we have Geralt. He took down Kossit 2-0. Again, Geralt was favored there. And Young Yakov, I was concerned that he wasn't going to show up, but Young Yakov versus Gugus? Young Yakov versus Geralt. That is going to be a really good ZVP. That could go either way. I look forward to it. Look forward to these players facing off at some point. So I wish them both the best, and I hope that we have some coverage. I hope an English caster or another language stream is able to dive on that. It's going to be a great ZVP in the upper half of the bracket. Meanwhile, MaxPax 2-0ing his way through. Again, MaxPax is one of the favorite players to take the entire tournament. He's waiting for either Baby Marine or UAD Soldier. We'll see if MaxPax can be stopped, if he can be slowed down. I wish everyone up here the best of luck. As you can hear the beeps, we are getting into our next series. I see Senju in the chat. Yes, we do have a Frozen command, Bobby. Frozen command. But here we go. Mana versus Spats. The PvP is here. We won't have predictions yet, but later on in the tournament, predictions will soon be upon us for the quarterfinals, for the semis, and further. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Spats. Here we go again. Spats, one of the stronger players on Berserker. I say that, I don't know if I can say that confidently anymore, because I know that Berserker, they picked up a bunch of players, right? I know there were a bunch of roster swaps and a bunch of roster changes recently. Let me just double check. Okay, the big one, of course. Gung Fu Banda did join Berserker. I would say Gung Fu Banda is probably their ace now. I would have said that it was Spats, but Gung Fu Banda joined. Oh, and the other one, DNS. That was a big one, actually. DNS did switch over, left Platinum Heroes, and joined Berserker instead. So, I mean, Spats is no longer clearly on top of the pecking order at Berserker. Now there's a little bit more contention for that #1 spot, with DNS and Gung Fu Banda rocking up as well. They have a really strong Protoss lineup. Really strong Protoss lineup there. Alongside, of course, Dimaga and Battlebee and Mixu and Foxer as well, of course. But yeah, Berserker, they have suddenly a much heftier lineup, a much more competitive lineup. Definitely looking to go for a deep run in WTL or go for another crack at WTL. Wish them the best. But we're getting into our PvP. So far, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Mana, 2-gate opener out of Spats. Nothing crazy yet. Historically, Spats has been a very aggressive player and very difficult to read. So I'm really keeping my eye mostly on Spats here. But we'll see if Mana spices it up as well. We have our units of choice. It's going to be Zealot Sentry here by Mana. I think we're going to cancel the Zealot, but a Sentry-based opener here for Mana. Meanwhile, Spats opening up Double Adept. So a much more aggressive start here from Spats. With Double Adept, we're going to be waddling across the map, shading on out, looking at our ass, looking to get some damage done. And we do follow it up with a very fast Robo. Hello, Spats. What's going on? He got into the main base. He confirmed there was no proxy. He confirmed the positioning of the pylon. He also confirmed the Nexus. One base all in. This is the setup for a one base all in from Spats. He is going to be sending it. Meanwhile, across the map, Mana still in the dark. Still trying to piece together what's going on. He saw the gateways, but he didn't see anything else. Yep, third gateway, one base all in. Okay, so Spats living up to his reputation. I mentioned before that he was a very aggressive Protoss. He still is. Still is, Spats. Still is. Thank God. I still know him. I still know my Spats. For the most part. And here we go. We are moving out. Meanwhile, back at home, Mana is throwing down his shield battery. He's setting up defensively. He's in the dark. He's now going to be scouting with hallucination. does come across the army, and there's not enough anti-air. The Stalkers, they do not shut down that Scout, and Spats, he gets into the main. Big Scout. Sorry, Mana gets into the main. Big Scout from Mana. Does confirm all 3 gateways, confirms the Robo, confirms the lack of expansion. Mana now knows. Instantly, Robo. Robo gets thrown down. 3rd gateway as well. Mana, he's getting ready for the all-in. We have 1 shield battery on the low ground. We have an overcharge as well, but is it going to be enough? Ooh, very clutch shade there from Mana. Denying the shade of his opponent. Yeah, we're going to be able to force this back for the time being. Ooh, Mana picking off an Adept already. Very nice move. Adept goes down. Spats running out of steam a little bit here, but we're just waiting for the Prism. There it is. The Prism has arrived. We can warp in and reinforce on the front lines. 3 Stalkers at a time. No shot. Mana moves out. Oh my god. Denies the warp in. That was so unlucky for Spats. Mana, so fortunate to come across that. Did delay the warp in, but we still warped in though. That's still a lot of Stalkers. 9 Stalkers in total. We do have quite a lot of force fields available though. There we go. Force fields are thrown down. We're trying to catch out a Stalker. Good juggling out of Spats. Hasn't lost anything yet. At least Stalkers, I should say. Going for another warp in. Mana prioritizing the Warp Prism. Interesting choice. Overcharge is popped. It's Prism after the Immortal. The Immortal has arrived. We can focus it down. It does soak a couple of volleys. Does eventually fall. But Mana does force back the army, and that Prism is so low. Oh, he wants it. He wants the Warp Prism as he does edge on forward. Almost gets another Stalker, and Spats, he does lose the Prism. Prism goes down, GG gets called, and Mana just shuts down the all-in and takes game number 1. GG. Fabi, let's go. GG, well played. Mana does take a 1-0 lead. A very aggressive, very assertive kind of response to the one base all-in. Typically, you'd see players be more timid and be more defensive, but no, Mana. Best defense is a good offense. He just rolls on forward, chases down the army. Very assertive, very confident play out of Mana is maybe a better way of putting it. As he just completely slaps Spats down there in game 1. But now we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see how things differ here. We didn't really get to sink our teeth into game 1. Even though Spats is aggressive, there's plenty of ways to play aggressively in PvP. Doesn't just have to be a one-base all-in, so I'm expecting Spats to continue to spice things up. Let's go. Let us go as we have our second map. We're loading into Site Delta. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our red Protoss player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Berserker Esports. It is Spats. Here we go. PvP does continue now. Site Delta is a unique map. It is a unique map, and the big feature of this map is the ramp. Because of the ramp, Mana is going for what looks to be a gate expand setup. The ramp does give you a better defensive advantage, does give you the high ground vision, does give you a choke point, so economic openers are much more commonplace on Site Delta. But Spats, that is a gateway on the high ground. That is a double gas opener. It looks like a 2-gate opener at a Spats. Something more unorthodox on Site Delta. Far more aggressive. Now, if Mana does go for a fast expansion, he does go double gas. So it looks like Mana is going for a Gate Cyber Stargate opener, followed by the Nexus. At least that's what I'm reading from this double gas opener. So Mana isn't being too greedy, but economic nonetheless. We'll see if Spats will try to punish this economic opener and try to break Mana. As Spats, he opens up with the 2-gate. Again, a lot more unusual on Site Delta. Just because you're not taking advantage of the features of the map to be able to expand faster. So 2-gate opener, we'll keep an eye on Spats as he's moving out with his probe. Moving out, I believe, with this with the second probe. Uh-oh. He's going all in. Spats, he's going all in. He's setting up for a proxy here. He has one worker keeping an eye on the expansion and the others to throw down the pylon. There it is. Pylon here right outside the third. Should be on the way. Oh, that is Nexus before Stargate. Oh, no. Mana, I assumed... Like, look at how much gas he has. He has 170 gas. I assumed that Mana would go for a Stargate first, a safe opener. That is a Nexus before Stargate. Which means... Spats, he has the opportunity to be aggressive. Pylon has been thrown down. Now, this does mean that we have delayed Oracle and delayed Void Ray production in general. Like, this is just greedy. This is just greedy here from Mana. Will he get away with it? That is the question. Will he get away with it as Spats? The Pylon is now done. Proxy Robo's on the way. One base all-in, as we mentioned before, is coming out from Spats. And this is maybe the best case scenario for Spats. Just because how greedy Mana is. Now, this is not indefensible. Like, Mana can still hold, but it's going to be a tight hold. It's not going to be easy. Now, thankfully for Mana, this is the third pylon, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is the third pylon, not the second pylon. So this one base all-in is later than it otherwise could be if we went for a proxy pylon. So this one base all-in is a little bit more hidden. Mana scouting. Oh my god, he's checking! Mana, he's scouting with the probe. He feels like something is wrong, and he does get eyes on the pylon, on the robo, on the proxy. Now he knows. He's fully aware of what's going on. We need Void Rays. We need Void Rays, we need shield batteries, we need a second pylon. We need as much as we can here at the natural. As the Prism is on the way. There it is, Void Ray now in production for Mana. He's sending an Oracle across the map. Spats has a shield battery. He's ready for the Oracle. Oracle shouldn't get any damage done as the shield battery is in position. Speaking of, there's a second shield battery on the way. Bit of an Artosis pylon, but you can see that Mana, he has a second pylon in his main base. We need a shield battery here as well, because Spats, he can avoid the ramp, he can avoid the wall, and go straight for the main. That's exactly what he does. Mana doesn't see. He saw the Prism. He sees the War Prism. And now he can respond, but he's down to a handful of units. The boys, they have to be pulled. Boys are being pulled. Void Ray does arrive. Weak focus it down. Oh, the overcharge barely keeps it alive. Oh my god, clutch move there out of Mana. He's going for the Prism, and no shot is it going to go down. The Prism is so low. We chase it down with the Void Ray, but alas, it will escape. Phew. The Prism does survive, but again, clutch moves out of Mana, saving that Void Ray. Any lesser player would have lost it. Like, that was a really close overcharge by Mana, keeping that Void Ray alive. Likewise, pulling the boys. He can afford to lose workers. Remember, Spats is one base all in. Probes are a resource. We can expend them. We can use them. Revelation takes down the Observer. More Stalkers are on the way. Second Void Ray coming out here for Mana. His army is suddenly becoming that much more powerful. Takes down the Stalker. Gets one. Gets one Stalker. Almost gets a second. As Mana is going to try and chase this down. He gets the Void Ray. It's so close. The Void Ray does fall. The Prism is barely alive, but we're bleeding out too many Stalkers. The damage is real. The damage is too much, and now we can turn back around and shut down the proxy. And Spats, this one base all in, has fallen on its face. GG gets called as the Prism gets hunted down, and Mana takes the 2-0. GG. Mana, calm down. GG, well played. Mana, he shuts down both one base all-ins in Game 1 and Game 2. Shows us all that, again, he is more than willing to shut down and more than willing to go up against these more younger players, the young blood, if you will, and yeah, does well against them. GG, well played. Very nice defensive play. I would say very risky play at Mana a couple of times, but was able to come out on top, was able to shut Spats down. Very well played. GG. And with that, Mana will advance on into the next round. Where exactly is he taking us, though? Where exactly? Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Where are we at? Where are we headed? Okay, so we have Hero Marine taking down Dabborn 2-0. Hero Marine now up against Aristry. They are mid-series at the moment. Just double checking. Hero Marine and Aristry, they're mid-series. Scrolling up, we have Mana now in the quarterfinals. Mana, he's here in the quarterfinals, waiting for either Aristry or Hero Marine to advance on. I feel like we wait, right? I feel like I mentioned before, I want to see the rematch. For those of you that weren't here last week, you missed out, but Mana was the player that knocked Hero Marine out of last week's tournament. It was very impressive stuff out of Mana. So again, I'm sure Hero Marine wants his revenge. I'm sure he's a little bit upset. And I mean, mate, an angry Hero Marine is a terrifying thing. You know, he's big. You think he's big and huge now. No, Bob, he's going to get even bigger. Yeah, the potential rematch is going to be fire. And I want to be there for it. So I think we're going to wait for Aristri and Hero Marine to finish or jump in mid-series. Maybe we can jump into Game 2, potentially even Game 3. We will wait for this series to, to become available, and then we'll follow it into Mana in the quarterfinals. That is where our stream is going to be focused. Again, if you want to catch some of these other matches, there are other language streams going on. I believe there's, let me just double check. I believe there are players, there's Steadfast is also casting. I think there's some other language streams as well. I hope so, whether it's Indie or Coca. I would hope there are other streams, so I can check them out there. Meanwhile, let us scroll up. Let us scroll up as it looks like Geralt versus Young Yakov just started. Bit of a spoiler there, but it did just begin. Catching up though, Battle B takes down Cristiano. Big win there. Big win for Battle B. Went all the way to the ace match. That's why I was looking forward to it earlier. I was hoping that it would go to the ace match, and GG. Well played to Battle B as he takes down Cristiano 2-1. Cristiano's run has ended. Battle B advances on to face off against Spirit. Spirit did 2-0 Fiat. Spirit was coming in as a heavy favorite, and he is still a favorite against Battle B, so I wish Battle B the best of luck. Spirit is going to be looking to make it to the semifinals. Spirit, fun fact, will face off against the winner of Mana and the winner of Aristri and Hero Marine. So we're nearing the end of the tournament. We're nearing the semis. We're almost there as we're entering the quarterfinals. Scrolling up, we do have a big upset. Oh my, the big upset is here. Oh my god. I mean, I had faith in Nicarak to force an ace match, but Nicarak has eliminated Skillus from the tournament. Skillus, top 3 Protoss in the EU. When we think of European Protoss, we think of Max Packs, we think of Showtime, and we think of Skillus. So that's a big upset, a big win for Nicarak. I mean, I thought it was huge that Battle B had knocked out Cristiano, and I still think it is. But this result overshadows that. Congratulations to Nicarak as he advances on to the quarterfinals. I hope he is proud. He should be. Very big win for him. I know he's been investing quite a lot of time into StarCraft. I know he's been practicing a lot and being very active in online tournaments. So I'm happy to see that that practice is paying off in results. And yeah, I hope that was casted by someone. I hope someone casted this because that is a big win. So Nicarak, he makes it to the quarterfinals, waiting for either Harsum or Salamander. Harsum 2-0'd Spazzy. I'll be honest, I think Spazzy was his biggest obstacle in this portion. Salamander, I think, is an amateur player, so Harsum should be making it to the quarterfinals. And Harsum versus Nicarak. That is going to be big. I have to favor Nicarak. After beating Skillus, mate, like Nicarak, he's going to be on cloud 9 right now. Not on the team, but you know what I mean. Like, Nicarak, he's going to be over the moon. And Harsum is a good player as well, don't get me wrong, but I would rate Skillus a little bit higher than Harsum. So, yeah, Nicarak, I mean, he could go to the semis. Like, he can make a deep run here, even deeper than this. So, that's going to be really cool. I hope someone casts Harsum versus Nicarak. It's going to be an amazing series. It's going to be amazing, assuming that Harsum makes it through. Scrolling up, I mentioned before, Young Yakov versus Geralt, they just started. They just started game number 1. They just started their first game, so it's going to take a while for them to make it to max packs. It does look like the lower half of the bracket is advancing a little bit faster. So this upper half may be slowed down a little bit, but this is also a really good series. I hope someone's casting this as well. Young Yakov versus Geralt, could go either way. I want to favor Geralt. Geralt has been looking more impressive recently, more impressive than Young Yakov, is what I will say. I think it feels like Young Yakov has been less active overall. And in the games that we've casted, he has shown a little bit of vulnerabilities. So we'll see. We'll see how they do. Wish them both the best. Winner up against Max Pax. Max Pax did 2-0 Baby Marine. Can Max Pax be stopped? Can he be stopped by Young Yakov, Geralt, Harsum, Nicarak? MaxPax is going to be the heavy favorites. We'll see if someone can slow him down. I mentioned before that last week, Geralt took a game, and he did. He forced MaxPax to the ace match. So, Geralt, he's already taken a game. If he can have a rematch, maybe he can do even more than that. I want to believe. I want to believe. I want to believe in the upsets. But that is us just getting quick updates here on these matches. As I mentioned before, we're focusing our attention in the lower half of the bracket. Focusing our attention here. Aristry versus Hero Marine into Mana. That's where our attention lies. That's where our attention will continue to lie. We'll most likely follow this into the lower semifinals. If the lower semis is fast, if it's quick, then maybe we can catch the upper semifinals as well. And again, like, you can't go wrong. Like, there are a lot of really good games going on here. So, you know, it's going to be good matches and good StarCraft nonetheless. We will be missing out on the upper half, but maybe we can get up here later on if it's slowed down a little bit. If it's delayed matches and if it's long games, then maybe we can get into the upper half of the bracket later on. I hope so. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our next matchup. See you soon. Take this moment, drain your disruptors, hydrate hydras, massage your marines, and applaud your probes. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. It was a short break, but it was worth it. It's worth the short break because we're here with a pretty intense series here. We're getting into game number 2, mid-series, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the player leading the series 1-0, representing Team Mouse from the land of Germany. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player representing Platinum Esports. It is, from Later Poland, Aristry. Here we go. We found ourselves in the middle of a ZBT. As a reminder, for some context to this series, the winner goes up against Mana. Mana is waiting in the next round for either Aristry or Hero Marine. Again, Big Gabe is the second seed of the tournament, second only to MaxPax. So he's a pretty big name and a pretty big deal. He's one of the best Terrans in Europe, one of the best Terrans in all of Europa. He's looking to make a deep run. Can anyone stop him from meeting MaxPax in the finals? That is the real question. And so far, Hero Marine, he is leading the series. Not too sure what happened in game 1. It was a long game. I think it was like 14 minutes, 14 or 15 minutes. So relatively long game here. Between our players. We'll see where it leads. We'll see where it does lead. As Gabe is going for a Rax Expand, standard opener. Aristry going for a Hatch Gas Pool. Hatch Gas Pool opener from our Polish Zerg player. So nothing too spicy yet. Again, I don't really know what happened in game 1, outside of the fact of its length. And we will settle in. Again, Hero Marine, he is one to really mix it up. We've seen Gabe... Actually, the last time we saw Gabe against Zerg, he played mech. We casted Gabe versus Scarlet at IEM, and we also casted Gabe versus Scarlet at Home Story Cup. And fun fact, in both of those series, in all of those games, Gabe played mech. He went Mass Cyclone. Every single one of those games. It was disgusting. It was insane. So I would not be surprised if he plays mech here against Aristry. Would not be surprised. We'll see if he does engage with that, as the Reaper does get across the map, does threaten the drones, forcing out a Spore, hasn't lost anything yet, going for a third CC before Starport, back at home, very economic opener. Ooh, third base was misplaced. Slight mistake there by Aristri. Maybe a little bit nervous. I mean, he's up against Gabe. The drone goes down in the natural. The nerves getting the better of Aristri. Loses the drone. Misplaces the third base. And hopefully we can get a handle on those nerves. Because we need that handle. We need everything we can to go up against Gabe. Behind this, 1-1-1. Or I should say, we have a starport following that third TC. Hellion production should be underway. There it is. Is well underway here. And we might end up leading this into an add-on swap into Banshee play. I say that there is no Tech Lab, but there it is. Tech Lab is in production on the racks. This looks like an add-on swap for Banshee production. From there, we can go into Bio or Mech. We'll still keep an eye on things and piece it all together. We will be there to piece it all together. As Hellions are moving out. Again, trying to get a read on what's going on, making sure that we are droning, that the Zerg player is saturating their bases. Here, Marine looking for scouting information and potentially some economic damage as well. As there's that add-on swap, Banshees are now underway. Hellions going to be poking towards the left-hand side. They do get a volley off, and there are the Cyclones! I mentioned before that for the past couple of months, I've only seen Hero Marine play Mech against Zerg, and that may continue to be the case. I haven't seen Hero Marine play Bio against Zerg in quite some time. I'll be honest, Papi. I'll be honest. Cyclones are on the way. Once the Overlord goes down, I'm feeling another factory. Meanwhile, Aristri throws in a Roach Warren. That will do well here against Mech. I wouldn't be surprised if Hero Marine played Mech in Game 1. If he did mech it up in Game 1, then this Roach Warren does make plenty of sense from our Zerg player. Overlord is going to be going down. Raven is on the way to help support the main army. He gets shut down and show us the factories. Gibbs. Oh. So now Aristri is just happily droning up. We do move out with our Cyclones. We do catch an Overlord. Overlord is going to be going down. There it is. There's the second and third factory. We brought up Mech for a reason. Again, it's all that Hero Marine's been doing recently. Mech is coming out. I mean, I say it's all he's been doing recently. I know he streams. He probably plays Bio on stream, but when it comes to competitive matches, it's been a lot of Mech, Papi. It's been a lot of Mech. As we are going to be pushing. We catch another Overlord. Again, this shouldn't be too much of a surprise to Aristri. And again, thankfully, he already has that Roach Warren. Fourth base is under fire. Big lock on here with the Cyclones. Queens are trying to waddle in. They're trying to. Lings are coming first round. But they are zoned away. Autotark gets thrown down. Lings are annihilated, and we can break free. We break free from this round, and the Cyclone barely escapes. Oh my god, it's on 1 HP. On literally 1 HP, it does survive. And it's going to get back home and get topped up, repaired, and live to fight another day. As we have a 5 factory setup here. 5 factories, 2 armories, another CC in production. Let's go. The mech is well underway. As Gabe is going to be clearing up some creep. Does come across some active tumors. Containing Aristri. Is going to be containing him. Do you see Blue Flame and Hurricane Thrusters on the way? Just massing more Battle Mech. Again, it's going to be a very Cyclone heavy style now. The way that Hero Marine approaches this is he goes mass Cyclone. Eventually, he will transition into tanks. He will pivot away from Cyclones into tank production. But for now, it's all about the Cyclone. All about the Battle Mech. So you pick up a Queen, rotate back around again. Because of this Raven, we can clear up so much of this creep without relying on scans. As tumors are going down. Meanwhile, Aristri, his economy is still left pretty undisturbed and unmolested. Looking at the losses here, we can see only 1 drone has died. That was the drone at the start of the game. So Aristri, he's actually got a good economy. 70 workers. We could do with more. We are lacking a 5th and lacking 80 workers. For now, we're still focusing on roaches just to be safe. Meanwhile, Hero Marine working towards his 4th. Again, as our Terran gets a 4th, we need our 5th. Like, we need to keep up in the production of the economy. To need it soon. As for now, more CCs are on the way. There's that tank production. We spoke about it, how initially you start with Hellion Cyclone, and then we transition into a more tank-heavy composition. Tanks are now underway. And here Marine is going to be turtling up. He's going to just be building himself up, walling off, throwing down some tank lines. What you love most about mech. Let's go. As we catch a roach. Pick off a couple of units. Ristery is on the cusp of maxing out. Again, I'm still really concerned by the lack of fifth and the lack of economy. Ristery has maxed, and it feels pretty all in. It feels pretty committed here. There's no infestation bit, there's no hive, there's no 2-2 upgrades. We're still on 1-1, and we haven't started additional upgrades either. This feels, again, pretty all in out of Ristery. We do push on forward, we shut down the base. We deny mining here at the third. Force the lift. Tanks are sieging, but the Biles are not looking too bad. They take down one of the tanks. Roaches, they're breaking on forward. We get on top of the tanks as well. And Ristery, have we done it? Have we broken through? We get 22 SCVs. The tank line at the natural looking a little bit too strong. But again, Ristery is making 24 roaches behind this. He is all in. I was worried about Ristery being outscaled, and he would be in a longer game. But it's all or nothing for the Zerg player. 27 roaches on the way. Nothing but roaches. Good kiting out of Gabe. Oh my god, he's shutting this down. The kiting. The tank positioning, every roach and every ravager falls. That was a brutal trade. Hero Marine making full use of his tanks. That was very well done. And sure, he may have lost 24 workers, but Ristery doesn't have an economy. He's only on 67. It doesn't matter. Gabe, he has an on-par economy, if not better. You can see there, the economy was deep in the red, and now it's swinging back in favor of Gabe. Roaches, they do push in. But Gabe is in position with more and more tanks, making 3 tanks at a time, plus 2 is on the way. Remember, Ristery hasn't started 2-2. No infestation bit, no hive. The 5th just now finishing. Ristery is still all in. Here we go. We do dive on top of the tanks. Boys are being pulled. Tanks are going down, at least some of them. But it's not going to be enough. The tank line holds as we clean up these roaches. I say that here comes the reinforcements. Ristery, he breaks through the siege line. Gets on top of the final tank here. 10 SCVs go down, and we may be seeing an ace match. As Ristery, he collapses on these tanks. We'll take down 2 more of them. Boys are being pulled, but how many tanks do we have? 1 on the high ground, and 1 is not enough. This all in, I was worried would not pay off, but it is. Oh my god. Tank shot is insane. But Ristery, he breaks through, getting on top of the production, camping it, or at least trying to. Reinforcements are trickling out, but we have more roaches on the way. Ristery, he's doing it. He's slowly breaking through. We barely take down another tank. Roaches are being cleaned up, but again, the rally just does not end. The injects are looking good. It's just a 3-base all-in out of Ristery. It's been an all-in this entire time. We back up from the main base so we catch more tanks. Well, we take some big volleys to the face. But this was worth it for Ristery. He kills 43 SCVs. He shut down the 4th, or the 3rd really. Reset the tank count. How many tanks do we have? 1. 1 tank left in this game. 4 more on the way. And here Marine, he's at death's door. Like, he's on the brink right now. He's about to go over the edge. And Ristery, he's there to push him. He is so close. Just one little nudge. Cyclones are coming. We dive on top of the Planetary. Planetary is going to be going down. Will it? Repairs are looking good. Repairs are looking good, but it's just too much DPS. The Planetary goes down. There's that 1 tank. That's going to fall. More tanks are trickling out. And here Marini's stuck on 1 base economy. Lings, they flood on forward. We take down another tank. We barely almost bile another. And Ristery, all he has to do is back off and remax. That's all he needs to do. Like, here Marine doesn't really have anything that's threatening him. Like, he's only on a 2-base economy, only on 46 workers. Ristery is in control. He's looking good right now. Again, I did not... Now he's droning! I did not have faith in the 1-1 3-base all-in. I didn't have faith in it, but I should have, as Hero Marine was caught with his pants down. Was caught out, and here we go. We dive on top of the army once more. Not the cleanest of trades, but it doesn't have to be. As Hero Marine, he's retaking his third. Big piles here on the tank. You can see Hero Marine, he's barely holding on here. I do think that history was a little bit premature. I don't think we had to fight then and there. Like, we just have to secure ourselves. Just build up once again. Resaturating top right. There we go. Ravagers are on the way. Roaches, Lings. We just need a moment to breathe. Just calm things down, and then we can break the third. Knock down the rocks even, just to reduce the time it takes for reinforcements to arrive. Let's go, Papi. Let's go. Aristri is so close. So close to breaking game. And here we go. We're coming in. The tanks are exposed, and they're going to be going down. The tanks are falling. And two of them rock up. They siege up. GG gets called, and Aristri ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. GG, Papi. GG. We are going to game 3. And there's a world where we don't even get the Mana versus Gabe rematch. There's a world where Aristri causes the upset and pops off. I'm here for that world. I'm here for it, Papi. I am here for it. Looks like we're being joined by a fellow caster. Shout out to Take TV. I believe Take TV is going to be joining us. Makes sense, as they're, of course, here to cheer for their boy, to cheer for Big Gabe. And he needs that support because we have a game 3. And already a big win for Aristri, like a big upset. Hero Marine, he's a favored player coming into this. He's favored to threaten the finals and even win the entire thing. But Aristri stands in his way. Of all players, the Polish Zerg player. He's standing in his way. He rises up, and here we go. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have the German Terran representing Team Mouse. Struggling a little bit in this series. Can he bounce back? He's supposed to, but can he? Will he? It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, popping off in game 2, pulling off a very risky all-in that I was concerned would eventually peter out, but it did not. Should have had more faith. The Polish Zerg player representing Platinum Esports, it is Aristri. Here we go. Aristri doing so well here already. Going for a hatch first. Now the question becomes, again, I wasn't here for game number 1. Based off the Roach opener of Aristri, I assume that Hero Marine also played mech in game 1. And based on, again, our history casting Hero Marine, I'm assuming he's going to play mech again in game number 3 here on side Delta. But we'll see. Maybe we will have the bio. Maybe we play some bio. Maybe we play some man with gun. We'll see. Our eyes are on Gabe. They are on him. When it comes to the last game, I do think that Gabe transitioned too quickly into tanks. I assumed that we would be sticking with Cyclones a little bit further. Again, because the Hellion Cyclone count was a little bit bare bones, it meant that the all-in of Aristri eventually broke through and eventually got into the tanks. And he was able to maintain control of the tank count, able to keep the tank count low enough to continue the all-in and to keep the pressure on. And on top of that, I'm sure after the first hold, and remember, the first hold was pretty impressive. After the first hold, I think Hero Marine probably thought that Aristri just backed off and droned, but he didn't. Aristri backed up and continued to build up and committed to the all-in. So, yeah, Gabe caught with his pants down a little bit in game number 2. He did initially have a good defense, but then was maybe a little bit too greedy in the follow-up. Maybe not respecting Aristri enough. But now I'm sure Gabe is going to play safe. I'm sure. For now, Raxin to expand into the factory. We'll see if Gabe once again goes mech or if he goes into bio instead. We'll keep an eye on him. As Reaper is going to be dipping on forward, threatening that natural. Threatening that natural base. Trading with the Lings. Behind this, it's going to be a third CC before Starport. Same opener that Gabe went for in game number 1. This time, Aristri doesn't misplace his third base, and this time he does not lose a drone. So a much cleaner defense here in game 3 for Aristri. Remember, the early game was a little bit shaky from our Zerg player in game 2. Behind this, there's a Starport on the way. We'll keep an eye on whether or not we throw down the Tech Lab. It could be another 3cc Banshee opener. There's the Tech Lab. We are poised for an add-on swap. So it looks like another Banshee opener. It looks like. We'll see if we do go for it. We shall see. As for now, we're just going to be building ourselves up, working towards that next step. Again, third base being taken, eventually going to be saturated. Queens are being amassed here back at home. Hellions are soon about to poke and prod and test the waters. But the Queens are in position and we shouldn't lose too much. We're going for a add-on swap into not Banshee, Raven. Okay, so we skip out on the Banshees. Interesting choice. Because of that, we won't be able to harass as much, but the Banshee does add a little bit more to the army. It does allow Hero Marine to save on scans and to clean up creep, to be very active with his Hellions. So there's a bit of a give and take. This tells me that he can harass less and scout less, but can be much more active. There we go. Cyclones all the way behind this. It feels like we should be throwing down more factories on the way as well. More factories behind this as well. I did mention earlier that for the past couple of months, when it comes to competitive play from Big Gabe, I've only seen him play mech for the past like 2 months, but maybe that's about to change. Maybe it's only what I've seen and he's still willing to bio it up. I hope so. It is going to be a Banshee follow-up. Meanwhile, Roach Warren is thrown down. Overlord Scout confirms the third CC and the 1-1-1 follow-up, but not much else. That is a Tech Lab on the way. It looks like this should be for Stim. Yep, there we go. Double eBays after the Overlord goes down. Stim is on the way. Now, to be fair, Aristri, he saw the Tech Lab, right? Yes, he saw the Tech Lab building on the racks. That is a tell that it's going to be bio. So here Marine does open up with Cyclones, but is going to follow it up with Stimmed Marines instead, with a bio army. Let's go. Suddenly, this Roach opener isn't looking as amazing for Aristri. I'm sure Hero Marine is here to test the multitasking of our Zerg player and to try to pull him apart. We'll see if we can. As with our Raven, we can clear up all of our tumors here on the front lines. A lot of tumors going to be going down. A lot of tumors falling as we Richard over towards the north. Zipping towards that third as well. Getting a couple of tumors. Not quite committing to a mineral line, but shutting down tumors nonetheless. Meanwhile, I'm concerned about the lack of scouting. We need another scout. We need an overseer, essentially. The lair, I believe, is done. Should be done. Yeah, is done here for Aristri. Working towards range, which means we're working towards roaches. But no overseer. There should be an overseer. There should be a scout. We are lacking it as a result. Aristri only has a piece of the puzzle. Doesn't fully know what's going on. There it is. Roach speed now on the way for Aristri. A lot of creep is being denied. We're spreading creep towards the center at least. But here Marine is going to be backing off, and he is amassing an army. He is amassing a bio-tank army back at home. Second factory is on the way for continued tank production. Marines are amassing as well. Production getting set up. And economically, Hero Marine is looking pretty damn solid here on his 3 bases. He's still only really revealed his Hellions and Cyclones. Do have an Infestation Pit on the way. I do like the fast pit. This should be for Infestors. Against a bio army, Roach Ravager can struggle. Infestors make up for that. So we will gain access to that tech, to that spellcaster. No, never mind. We're going straight for the Hive. Hive is on the way. Spire as well. Oh, I'm not in love with that, but okay. The Spire can gain access to Muters, Corruptors, Broodlords. Not amazing here against Bio. As Aristry again has yet to go back in. 2-2 is on the way. The Marine army is still amassing. As we are going to be knocking down these rocks. Threatening a push. To be fair, like, Mutas could do well here. Could, like, in a head, obviously not in a head-on fight. It's like in a straight-up fight, like, I feel like Aristry is going to be in some trouble, especially without Banelings. That's the big thing. I feel like if he knew for certain that it was Bio, we would be seeing Banelings and 2-2 on the way. We are lacking upgrades, though. 2-2 is delayed. Hellions, they dive in towards that base. Towards the fourth. They do dive in. Yeah, they break through the line of Lings. They get into the middle line. 5 drones go down. 6 workers even. Very nice trade here for Hero Marine. And there it is. We're getting into Broodlords. Really risky move here from Aristry. It is so tech heavy. Corruptors are on the way. These Corruptors are going to be kind of useless here for a while. At least until we get the Broodlords. And here we go. We're pushing. Hero Marine has been building up for quite some time. We're going for a quadruple drop on the right-hand side. And the main army looking to push through the center. I imagine. Cyclones get caught. Not the biggest of losses for Gabe. He doesn't care. Not anymore. Here come the Marines. Now we get our first overseer for Aristry. No Banelings, by the way. The Marines have arrived. They stim on 4. They shut down the base. That is going to be a kill on this hatchery. We're diving into the main as well, and Big Gabe, he's looking to pull Aristry apart. We can see him respond. He's coming back home with the Roach Ravager. We are out of position. 2-2 now on the way for our Zerg. Very delayed 2-2 as 2-2 is already done for the Terran. We get a kill on the macro hatch and on the main base as well. Again, big losses for Aristry. Losing 3 hatcheries in one drop. 3 hatcheries from one Doom drop. You can see just, again, how underprepared we were for this. Broodlords are on the way. It's going to be a really interesting push here from Aristry. He has Broodlords. Here comes the main army. That's a lot of tanks. 11 tanks, 61 Marines. Will Broodlords be enough? As here comes the death march of Hero Marine. Looking to end the game. Broodlords are revealed. Big anti-armor missile. Again, we're going to try and stim on top of those Broodlords. Can we make it? Drop is denied into the main. Broodlords forcing back the main army. Ghosts are in production. We catch a couple of tanks. A couple of tanks are going down. The drop is denied. Oh, we push on forward. We get a good anti-armor missile. Tanks are falling. The Roach Ravager trading decently against the Marines, but that's a lot of Marines. We are forcing it back for the time being. Tanks are still alive, though. And the Broodlords, yeah, they're chasing them down. They get another tank. We had 11, now we're down to 6. Thors are on the way. Ghosts are on the way. Hero Marine, big reaction here working on his anti-air army. Ghost Thors and Vikings. Broodlords are doing well for themselves. Aristry is still maxed out. And we gotta go. We have to send it here and now. We have to send it, baby. We have our 9 broods. And here we go. The boys are the boys not quite being pulled. The ghosts are here. The ghosts have made it. The dance has begun. We have to avoid those ghosts, or at least be in position for them. Broodlords are pushing in. The Wiles. Oh, they connect. Oh my god. They connect with the Marines. Roach Ravager struggling a little bit. Big snipes going off. Big snipes on the Broodlords. We collapse on the army. We break on through. We get on top of the Thors. And Aristry, has he barely done it? It looks like he has. The Thors are barely going down. The Broodlords are falling. There's 2 of them left. We break the defensive line, forcing back Gabe. Yeah, Vikings, they take down the final Broodlord. And now the Ghosts, they reign supreme. They snipe all the Queens. They force back the Roach Ravager. Gabe holds. He holds. He lost a lot of workers, but he still has a better economy than Aristri. He has 66 SCVs to the 63 drones of Aristri, as Aristri is all in. Fun fact, he's all in. He's remaxing, not making any more workers. He's not working on, 3-3. He has a hive, but 3-3 is not a priority for Aristri. He wants to end the game. He wants to end the game here and now. But this army is terrifying. Ghost Thor. Can Aristri pull this off? I mean, Hiromari needs time to remax. He needs time. How many ghosts does he have? 9. 9 ghosts, 3 Thors. We're pushing in. Snipe's going to be going off. We catch a couple of ghosts. We're going for the Thor. We get 1. Piles are being thrown down. Can we connect here with Marines and with Medivacs? The piles are looking so good here for Aristri. We're breaking through the line. He wants the ghosts. He wants them. We force the pick up. We take control of the base. We take control of the third. We go for the Thors. And 2 Thors go down. And Aristri, he's still all in. And he hasn't done enough. There were 9 ghosts. There's 5 of them left. And Aristri gets forced back. And he's still massing more roaches. Roaches, Ravagers. He's out of gas. He needs gases. His economy cannot sustain himself. He cannot sustain these losses. He should be flooding links behind this. As Gabe has a solid defensive position. Tank goes down. There's another tank behind this. Roaches, they try to get into the mineral line. We're muling so heavily here. And Aristri, he's running out of steam. He drops in supply. He's making 13 more roaches, but again, he just cannot sustain this. Not off of 60 workers. Not off of 60 drones. He's trying to max out. But again, Gabe, his army is just becoming more and more efficient here with more tanks, more ghosts, better Sim City. Planetary is now up and running. Aristri, he almost pulled it off with the Broodlord push. He almost did it. With that Broodlord rush, but... it's looking worse and worse here for Aristri. 3-3 has been done for quite some time for Gabe. Has been done. See Aristri rotating around. Trying to get a better angle. Getting on top of the tank. Tank goes down. More tanks have arrived. Big tank shots go off. Oh my god, Aristri melts. His army melts. GG gets called. And Hiromari will take the series at 2-1, but that was not an easy series. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Hiromari for taking the series in the end, for advancing on. But again, that was not an easy one. And I am very impressed by Aristri. Very impressed by his play. GG, well played. Did fall in the end, but... almost took it. I'll be honest. There was a moment there with his Broodlord push that I thought he had broken Gabe. And he did break the base, but he just wasn't able to get on top of the Ghost. The Ghost survived. The Thor survived. And Gabe was just a little bit too efficient there. Aristri unable to sustain himself as the game went on longer. And congratulations. Congratulations to Hiromari. But a big shout out to Aristri. Looking really impressive today. Very well done. Very well done. With that, we're going to be following Hiromari into his next series, into Mana. GG, well played. And yeah, we are just setting up for that. Again, it's going to be a best of 3. Hold on, just have to fix up these scores. Bam, there we go. Hiromari versus Mana. The rematch is here. Let's go. The rematch is finally here. Mana versus Big Gabe. They faced off last week, and Mana was able to take it, but now they face off a week later, and Hiromari, I'm sure, wants his revenge. Let's go. Meanwhile, let's quickly head on over and catch up with the bracket. Let us catch up here. We do have, I'm sure, plenty of updates. Exclamation mark B. in the chat if you guys want to have a look at that bracket yourself. From the bottom, you can see our series, as we do have to... We'll head on over. There we go. To have Mana versus Hero Marine in the quarterfinals. Winner goes up against Spirit, as Spirit did take down Battle B 2-0. Spirit was coming in as a favorite player. Battle B did take down Cristiano, so he already had a big result, but did fall to Spirit in the end. And we have a Terran player confirmed for the finals, waiting for the winner of Mana versus Hero Marine. Spirit, he's there, ready and waiting. So we have everything lined up. Basically, we're going to be casting this series, and we'll be casting the winner against Spirit thereafter. So you kind of know where our stream is headed. Scrolling up, we do have Hearthstone, he 2-0'd Salamander, to be expected, and now Hearthstone versus Nickrak. This is going to be a close one. Nickrak already had a big upset and already took down Skilless, which means I would favor him a little bit here against Hearthstone, not gonna lie. Like, that's gonna be crazy. So Nickrak versus Hearthstone, gonna be a very, very close one, and I do look forward to it. Meanwhile, a big shout out to let's go! Yeah, man. Let's go, Papi. GG, well played. We were praising you earlier, but a big shout out to Aristri. Siema, Papi. Dzień dobry. Oh my god, as he was popping up, and mate, you almost did it. You almost took down Gabe. Crazy. Hold on, I have to message you. Siema. Big shout out to Aristri again. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello everyone, welcome. We do cast in English here, not in Polish, unfortunately. But that was again a great run from Aristri. You looked amazing, and you almost took down Gabe. You almost did it, Papi. Almost did it. It was crazy. Very impressive stuff. GG. We're just going over the bracket. We're quickly going over the bracket again. Hearthstone versus Nickrak could go either way. Scrolling up, it looks like Young Yako versus Geralt is still mid-series. They are still mid-series, still ongoing. Still yet to determine who plays against Max Packs. Again, this is a little bit... These matches are a little bit delayed, a little bit late. So because of that, we may be able to cast the upper semis as well. We might get there. It's possible. Is possible if our series are a little bit faster. We'll see, as it looks like the vetoes are done and we are getting ready for our lower quarterfinals match. We're getting ready for Mana versus Hero Marine. Let's go. Y'all getting ready for it. Oh, the old dino, it's back. I didn't know it left. I'll be honest, I didn't know it left, but great to be back. And here we go. We're getting into our quarterfinals. I mean, hey, if you're a native Polish speaker, you know, if you're from the land of Bologna, then we still are featuring a Polish player here. Not a Aristri, but another. It's going to be a Protoss standing strong instead. And we're getting into game one on Hecate. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have our German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Mouse. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. Big Gabe versus Mana. This is a rematch from last week, and we'll see if Gabe can get his revenge. We'll see if Mana can make the magic happen again 2 weeks in a row. Oh boy, I am excited. For the time being, it is looking to be some standard openers here, going for a gate into Cybercore, into Nexus from the side of Mana. Is scouting, looking for a proxy. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. Especially if your Marine does hold a grudge, then checking for proxies is a wise move from Mana. As he will be double checking, making sure that there is nothing cheeky going on from the side of the Terran. Checks his third base location outside the third and here in the center before going for a probe scout. Back at home, double gas opener. Double gas opener out of Gabe, so he's going for a faster factory. We've spoken about this. This could be typically one of three things. This could be reactored Reaper into Hellion for some Reaper Hellion harass. This could be an add-on swap and reactored factory with Cyclone production instead for mass Cyclone, for a Cyclone drop, or it could even be a Widow Mine drop, a committed mine drop opener as well. Regardless, faster factory is going to be on the way, and it will lead into one or a form of tech, a form of aggression. The Probe Scout does confirm the second gas. We do get eyes on the factory. We're being as annoying as possible, tasing away that SCV, but eventually we will be forced back, and Hero Marine should get a kill on this probe before he really reveals his hand and reveals his build. So we'll see if Mana can piece it together as a probe is going to go down. The SCV is saved. Reactor is on the way. Now, even though the factory is thrown down further away, we can still go for the add-on swap. So it looks like we're not going for an add-on swap, but we can still go for it nonetheless. It's a little bit inefficient, but it is hidden from the Protoss. Meanwhile, Twilight Council Opener. I like this. Twilight Council Opener out of Mana is going to be quite safe here. Stargate play can be risky, especially against Cyclones, so it is going to be that Twilight Council instead. Blink Stalkers, but how many gateways is the question? 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or even 4-gate Blink Stalkers? I remember Mana making use of 4-gate Blink quite effectively against Hero Marine last week. Back at home, it is going to be a Widow Mine first. Okay. It's going to be a Widow Mine opener. Reaper dips into the main base, gets eyes on the tech, and we do confirm the Twilight Council. A nice scout from Big Gabe. Ooh, as he will lose the Reaper, but again, he was able to confirm the tech is aware of the Blink. Across the map, going for the CC on the high ground, getting into his 1-1-1, he keeps the reactor on that Rax, which means this Widow Mine drop could actually incorporate some of the Marines as well. Marine Mine as a medevac drop, as an initial drop, is not unheard of. We have seen Bjorn and Maru be quite fond of it. The way this works, yep, there we go. Only one Widow Mine. So it looks like it is going to be a Mine Marine drop. The way this works is the Widow Mine actually zones away the Stalkers, and the Marines, they kill probes instead. The Marines are the ones that deal economic damage as the National is being taken. Back at home, we're still building up our production. 2 gateways for the time being from Mana. Here comes that drop. And my apologies, I assumed it was going to be a Marine Widow Mine drop, but it is only a mine drop. Oh, right, sorry. I thought it was only one Widow Mine. It is 2. So it's just going to be a standard mine drop straight to tank production. The way this works is the mines are to scout. Really, there's a scout that's to confirm. Fast tanks means we are safe against 4-gate Blink. Widow Mines are coming in. Mana, he does respond. He does have eyes on this. Some boys are being pulled, and the mine shots are going to go off. No! Ooh, big mine shots. 5 probes go down, and Mana a little bit overconfident there. Attacking with the workers did not pay off, and just like that, the mine drop has more than paid for itself. Likewise, Hero Marine, he confirms only 2 gateways, and he confirms that he should be safe back at home. As he's racing back, tanks are moving out, so knows he doesn't have to be too defensive, and he's looking to meet up with this army. He has the high ground. Stalkers able to engage. Oh, Hero Marine, he gets caught out a little bit, actually. But again, with the high ground, he does hold. Tank sieges up and does force Mana back. As Mana rotates around, almost comes across that medevac. Almost. As the tank count is getting higher and higher. Behind this, we're getting into charge loss and a Templar Archives. Okay. Very interesting. Auto Tower comes in, getting a couple of probe kills. Getting a couple of workers. As basically Mana, he delays his own third base in favor of the Charge and the Templar Archives. Very interesting choice. So delayed economy here by Mana, just to have faster tech. So a bit of a safer response. Meanwhile, Hero Marine moving out with his Marines. Likewise, the tank count is building up. We have how many tanks? 3 tanks. 3 tanks in total. And then we get into the add-on swap. Again, we don't need additional tanks. We only did need them if we had to be defensive, but we confirmed the lack of gateways. Stim is on the way. And the drop does head out towards the main. Mana, he has a couple of high tempo, but they're exposed. There we go. Stalkers, they blink into the main base. We do get a feedback of. But the Marines, they are unloaded. High Templar goes down. It's so close. And yeah, it does fall. Big pick off. 5, 6, 7, 8 probes go down. Oh my god, this is becoming too much. 10, 12 worker kills. And we're snowballing out of control because that is 15 probes. That is the entire mineral line. Across the map, Mana, he's pretty all in. He has to push in across the map instead. He has Stalkers. He has Storm on the horizon. But we have tanks in position. We're not going to get any damage done. We blink on forward. We shut the Stalkers down. GG gets called. That is game. That is Hero Marine taking game number 1. GG. Again, Mana having a very rough start. Remember, the initial mine drop killed 5 probes. He delayed his own third base, so he fell further behind in the economy. He rushed into Storm, but before he could really get into Storm, that Marine drop snowballed out of control. That was game-ending damage from the Marine drop. Mana was all in. His only chance was the Hail Mary play into the main, but Gabe was in position. GG. Oh, meanwhile, where is Naruto? There we go. We're getting him in. As we're settling into game 2. Again, Hero Marine was in full control of that game. Was in full control, and now Mana, he's at a deficit. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. The pressure is on. Can Mana do it again? I don't think that last game was really... I don't think it was really representative of the potential of Mana, right? Like, Mana is a great player. He had amazing games last week, but he stumbled out the gate here in game 1. Like, game 1 was brutal from almost the beginning. So hopefully we can bounce back. As we're loading into game número 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the German Terran player. The Red Terran representing Team Mouse, leading the series 1-0. 1 game away from making it into the semi-finals. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, he needs to fight back here and now to force the ace match. He needs your support. It is Mana. Here we go. And again, I'm hoping that Mana can bounce back. Hoping at least. Again, I do want this to go the distance. I want the ace match. Regardless of who wins, I won a game 3, but it's not on me. It is on Mana. Once again, he's checking for the proxy. He's making sure that Hero Marine doesn't cheese him out. Checking for the Raxes before going across the map. And once again, 2 games in a row, double gas opener. It is going to be a double gas opener here by Hero Marine, Faster Factory. To reiterate what I said in game 1, this means this is going to be leading into a faster factory and can lead into a faster Widowmine drop, as we saw in the last game. Faster Widowmine drop could lead into reactored Cyclones, into a Cyclone drop instead, into committed Cyclone play. Could lead into Reaper Hellion. We have options. We have options that we can go for. All of them aggressive, of course. Hero Marine, he already found success with his mine drop. We'll see if he can replicate that. Once again, the factory is thrown down next to the CC. This time, Hero Marine walls off. So you can see that the Probe Scout doesn't know what's going on. We can check the high ground, and seeing nothing here means that it could still be an economic opener. There could be a CC further back in the main, hidden. So it could be economic for all Mana knows. So he is, again, in the dark, playing with incomplete information. Back at home, Mana going for a Gate Cyber Expand, standard opener. Protoing out that those Adepts. Meanwhile, it's going to be reacted Reapers. This looks like Reaper Hellion. Let's go. We have 2 Reapers on the way. There should be a Hellion behind this as well. Quite an aggressive opener out of Hero Marine. There it is. Hellions are on the way. CC gets thrown down. A little bit misplaced. Probe tries to come back in. Ooh, is going to be shut down by the Reapers. And we are continuing Reaper production. So, the way this works is we're going to be getting across the map, and the goal is to kill probes. The goal is to get economic damage done with Reaper Hellion. This is going to hit quite hard. We're going to be going up to 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. We could even go up to 5 Reapers and 3 Hellions, depending on how aggressive we want it to be. Adepts are in position. Ooh, 1 Reaper goes down. Bit of an overextension there by Hero Marine. Behind this, it's going to be a Stargate opener. Okay. Stargate openers can defend against this. We can lift up the Hellion. That's the important part. We can lift the Hellion and shut this down. Hellion's going to be forced back, but we are reinforcing with another. And behind this, we're getting into our 1-1-1. Working towards Marines and even a Cyclone. So we go Reaper Hellion pushing on forward. We do want to pick up on that Adept. We do get it, but we trade out the Reapers. We lift up the Hellion and we can shut this down completely. Reapers are targeted. Only the one Hellion survives. We're going in for a scout. This has not been worth it for Hero Marine. He does kill one of the Adepts though. But he gets cleaned up, checking the vision, checking the scouting. Hero Marine, he didn't see much. I mean, he's aware of the Stargate, he's aware of the Phoenixes, but bleeding out 2 Hellions and 4 Reapers was not worth it. So a nice moment here for Mana. Likewise, you should be repositioning this CC soon. Momentarily. Working towards a Cyclone drop. Cyclone and a handful of Marines. We're moving out. We are moving out across the map, but we get spotted! We got spotted by the Phoenixes as they do shut the drop down. Oh, a bit of miscontrol as we picked up a Marine. Oh, we were supposed to pick up the Cyclone, so a bit of a misclick there. As the Cyclone shuts down one of the Phoenixes already. So this was a nice pickoff from Hero Marine. Getting a Phoenix for a Marine. Good trade. Reinforcing with a second Cyclone. Heading towards the third base. Pushing on forward. Meanwhile, Mana still amassing his own army. Okay, he does get on top of that probe. Gets a probe. He wants the Adepts if at all possible. And we do lift up one of the Cyclones. Cyclone does go down. And we should be able to clean the rest of this up. I say that, but we are breaking through. Medevac gets targeted. One of the Stalkers does barely survive. There is no shield battery, by the way. Very risky defense here by Mana. Pylon falls. We threaten the third base. Mana a little bit distracted here by the Lib. Liberator rocks up, distracts the Phoenixes, and do we cancel the base? Okay, we don't. We do pull back. Hero Marine, he knows that he doesn't have much longevity left here with his army. They will pull back, reinforces with more Cyclones, hoping to catch out those Phoenixes. Uh-oh, and he will. The Phoenixes! We catch them out, and oh my god, the lock-on is real. We do get barely not a Phoenix, but they take a lot of damage. They take a lot of hits. Mana, his Phoenix is battered and bruised. Now we throw down a shield battery. As we work towards a bay, towards eventually Colossus production. Cyclones are still amassing. We're still reactivating Cyclones, by the way. Getting to our 3-1-1 setup. Cyclones are amassing. Raven is here. Mana in quite a bit of trouble, actually. Shield battery isn't done. Just now finishing. Just now finishing off the disable of the Immortal. We do disable the Immortal. The Cyclones, they try to target down those Phoenixes, but it looks like, yeah, Phoenixes are falling, but we focus down the Cyclones one after the other. Hero Marine is being forced back, but the kiting, oh my god. He cleans up the Phoenixes. Again, a really messy fight there for Mana. He does preserve the Immortals, but he lost almost every Phoenix. And Hero Marine, he still has a Cyclone army. Still has a terrifying force. As now he's taking his third. Landing it on location. Mana is building up towards Colossus. The problem is, again, he's been bleeding out so many high-tech units in the lead up to this. Things are still looking very risky here for Mana. Hero Marine is so assertive. He's so aggressive. We have an AK explosion. Mana, his third base is now fully saturated. Hero Marine, his own is saturated as well. The problem here is that Hero Marine has an on-par economy with the Protoss. Hero Marine has a better economy than the Protoss, I would say. As of course you have to add in those mules. We're amassing and working towards a Marine Marauder transition. Looking at the trades, Hero Marine, he was able to get, what was that, 5 Phoenixes for 4 Cyclones. Did lose a Raven, that is true. Didn't help. Mana trying to hold on. A little bit of a kitchen sink of an army here. He goes for a Colossus, but behind it he goes for a War Prism. Now working towards the Templar Archives as well. So his army isn't looking too impressive here as the Cyclone. The Prism! No, the Prism is going to go down. Big pickoff. Ay, ay, ay. A massive catch. And Mana's in a lot of trouble. He will not be able to save that Colossus. He won't be able to micro. Yeah, we get the disable off. We stim on forward. We collapse on the Zealots. But it looks like we do have enough for Protoss. The second disable. No shot. Second disable on the army, but we're forced to pick up. Mana, he will hold. And he will get a full medevac. Oh my god, it's so close. The medevac barely does survive. Does unload, but we should clean most of this up. Yeah, medevacs are going down. Mana, he barely takes a fight. Cleaning up the Marauders. Whew, that was close. That was almost game, Papi. As Mana is maybe overextending a little bit here. When I say maybe, I feel like he really is. Maybe focus on one of the Archons. You can see here, I mean, he wants that Colossus. Going for a Mind Drop. Pulling back. Mana still being very active. How many Colossus do we have? One. Still only one Colossus. And so risky to defend with that. Mind Drop is coming in. One of mine is going to be shut down, but three more, they make their way into the main. And we do focus on the medevac. Oh, just barely it escapes. Phoenix goes down. Mine shot goes off in the mineral line as well. We have one mine left. Another shot goes off. 8 probes go down. And here comes the rest of the army. The reinforcements have arrived. Here, Marine looking to snowball out of control. He has the supply lead. He has the economic lead with his 4th base soon to be on the way. Soon to be up and running. As he got 13 probe kills. Mind you, the Widow has a save. No shot. They're going to go off again. They reset. Oh, and we kill even more probes and even a Stalker. As Mana's being pulled out of position. Yeah, here Marine snowballing out of control. He goes for the Nexus. He will bring it down. But how quickly did the Nexus fall? In a matter of seconds, GG gets called. It's too much damage, and Hero Marine will take the series 2-0. He gets his revenge, and he will advance on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero Marine as he takes it 2-0. Does advance on. A big win here for Big Gabe. Ooh, he gets his revenge. He does redeem himself from last week. Did struggle a little bit against Aristry, but he brings Mana down 2-0 in a dominant fashion. Again, Hero Marine was very much so in the driver's seat in both Game 1 and in Game 2, and Mana was dancing to his music, playing to the beat of Hero Marine's drum. Dancing to the beat of his drum. And GG will play. Congratulations here to Hero Marine. He does advance on into the semis where he has his next opponent ready and waiting. We already mentioned it. It's going to be a TVT. It's going to be a TVT between Hero Marine and Spirit. Let us set that up. I don't know what it is, but my brain keeps defaulting to Spirit being on Cloud 9. Like, I know it's Gumiho, and I know Spirit's on Na'Vi, but by default, my brain wants to start typing Cloud 9. But there we go. We have our next series set up here. TVT for the semis. And do we have any other updates? That is the question. Huh. Will Castue versus... That is the question. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's see if there are any updates on the ESL bracket. We do have to hop on over. There we go. Okay, so we have our lower semifinals, as we mentioned. Gabe versus Spirit. What about the upper matches? Hearthstone versus Nickrak still ongoing. That's a long series. That is a long series. They've been going for quite some time. So Hearthstone versus Nickrak, they're duking it out. I think Hearthstone might be streaming his POV. Maybe. I know sometimes he does. Sometimes he does, but not so sure. So we'll see. We'll see. Regardless, Hearthstone versus Nickrak still ongoing. Meanwhile, hopping on over, we do have the upper quarterfinals finally underway. It was delayed, but Geralt versus Young Yakov has come to an end. I did favor Geralt in that series just because he's been looking more impressive recently. And Geralt does take down Young Yakov 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals to face off against MaxPax. I mentioned before that I believe it was last week where Geralt did force MaxPax to the ace match. Was it last week or the week before? Let's double check. Yes, it was last week. Actually, you know what? I can just show you. Just so you know that my memory is based in reality. Somewhat. Oh. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so as you can see here, aside from the ads, bam, I just trying to highlight it. MaxPax did take down Geralt last week, 2-1. 2-1. So Geralt did force the ace match, so Geralt has a chance. He has a chance here to fight back to maybe even cause an upset. Not saying he's favored. MaxPax is favored. Clearly he's favored. But Geralt, he's taken maps before. Can he do it again? I hope so. I'm here for it. Also, this is the Mana series that I spoke about. Mana last week did eliminate Hero Marine from the tournament, but Hero Marine has now gotten his revenge. So, again, a big win here for Gabe. As these are just the results from last week. Again, I do recommend checking out those VODs. Really good games were had. Really good games were played. But for now, we're focusing here on the TBT. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, Hero Marine versus Spirits will be upon us. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that break, that brutal OST, because we have returned with the semifinals of ESL Open Cup Europe, number 217. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, in the bottom left, we have our German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Mouse. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing Team Navi from the land of Poland. It is Spirit. Here we go. We're being told in the chat that apparently Hearthstone was streaming. Unfortunately, I guess no one announced the results? Question mark. We'll have to get back. We'll get back to you. Or hopefully someone can let the admin know. Apparently, maybe Nickrak did take down Hearthstone 2-1. Possibly, from what we're being told. And hopefully we can update that on the bracket. But for the time being, here we go. We have our TBT, and let me just quickly double check predictions. Can I quickly set up those predictions, Papi? Need a little bit more time to get that going. As we do have an economic opener. Okay, we have a Rax expand here from Spirit. Likewise, a Rax expand from Big Gabe as well. We have had quite a history between these two players. For those that are curious, these are some of the best that Europe has to offer when it comes to Terran players. Top 3, Spirit, Hero Marine, and Clem. For a very long time, they have been the best of the best when it comes to Terran players in Europa. Last year, I would say that Spirit did overcome and surpass Hero Marine. Like, Spirit was popping off and performing better at events like Gamer Zaid, I Am Kind of VSID, DreamHack Yongshipping, these big events. Spirit was surpassing Gabe, but that narrative has shifted as of the past couple of months. Ever since DreamHack, I believe Atlanta, I think they faced off, and I think in DreamHack Atlanta, Gabe was able to surpass Spirit and actually beat him. Likewise, in the ESL Masters Winter Regionals for DreamHack Atlanta, I believe Gabe also beat Spirit then as well. So Gabe has been more on the rise as of late. Spirit had a solid start to 2023 and even mid 2023, but now coming into 2024, it's Gabe's year. Looking to be Gabe's year. Meanwhile, predictions are open. Hold on. Meanwhile, predictions are open. Place your bets in the chat for who you believe is going to take this series. Up to you. Up to you to decide which Terran player will advance on. Predictions open. Beautiful. As we're getting into our openers here. Okay, we have Reactored Cyclones all the way for Hero Marine. We have... ooh, no Reactored Cyclones from Spirit. Interesting. This might just be a faster tech lab into tanks. We saw this dynamic earlier today from Oliveira. Oliveira has been very fond of this, of going for a tech lab into an add-on swap into faster tank production instead, as opposed to the mass Cyclone that is the meta. So Hero Marine massing up Cyclones as to be expected. Spirit, it looks like he makes one Cyclone and doesn't go for the add-on swap, but he does go for the tech lab on that factory. He's going for fast tanks. Okay, so this is a differing play style that has arisen as of late for players that don't enjoy Cyclone versus Cyclone, which I don't blame. I don't blame players for looking for another solution. Basically, it's a very defensive style. Reaper scouts, Reaper confirms. Big scout here by Gabe. He confirms he does see the tech lab on the factory, which means he knows that we are not making Cyclones. So again, Spirit, he's rushing into early tanks. What this means is that he's going to be building up towards 3, 4, 5 tanks. He's going to be very defensive, very fortified back at home. This does mean that Hero Marine can be greedier and take a faster third base and gain map control, of course, as we're moving up with Cyclones. There it is. There's the third that we spoke about. Fast third base, which is scouted by Spirit. Oh my god. Very nice scouting here by a blue Terran player as he does delay the CC. Meanwhile, Cyclones are pushing in. Tank is late to siege, but we do siege in time. We do siege up, we do force back the army. We get 2 SCVs across the map. Spirit, very nice control here. Getting 2 workers before being shut down. Likewise, 1 Hellion slips behind the mineral line, but we are defending. Third CC's on the way for Spirit. Later than Hero Marines, but I mean, that's okay. He's still fortifying himself with additional tank production. Now, Spirit, with this, will take a tank lead, but there is a window. If Gabe wants to be aggressive, which he isn't, he gets 3 SCVs, 4 SCVs in the main with the Raven, with the Auto Harass. But if Spirit didn't throw down the third CC, he could break this position with disables, with Interference Matrix. Speaking of, it has been researched, and he is amassing Ravens. Ravens are on the way. We could disable these defensive tanks and then rush in with Mass Cyclone. But that's only if... the Raven, no! That's only if we didn't have the third CC as we catch a Raven. Big pick off. Ay, 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 Gabe. Happened to be in position. He shuts down one of the Ravens. A big loss there for Spirit, and being at a Raven deficit is pretty huge in TVT. Ravens, they add so much support, so much utility to your army. We cannot bleed them out as tanks are slowly moving forward. Good tank shots go up. They go up here on the Cyclones. We do see Spirit rotating back around, trying to get in position to expand and take his third base. Actually, he's pushing. My apologies. I assumed he was just getting in position, but no, we are moving out across the map. Meanwhile, back at home, we have 3 Ravens full of energy here for Hero Marine. And he's in position. He does scout the army. Does spot it. And he's looking to slow it down. Again, Spirit, he's so vulnerable here. Like, I understand the push just because he has a tank lead, but we have enough energy to disable every single tank. We have enough energy for it. Spirit knows. Again, he's looking for a way in. Rotating around. Oh! Trying to zone away those Ravens. There's 1 tank on the high ground. Yeah, the tank is here. Shot goes off. Again, a little bit of late reaction. We do disable. Each other. Cyclone in position, within range. Barely. Gets a Raven. Here Marine will bleed out a Raven, but he gets a tank. A nice pick off there by Gabe. Tank volley going off of the army. Ooh, tank volley going off of the tank. Getting a second tank. Spirit, he's getting picked apart. He's getting shut down. The tanks are falling. He does clean up the Cyclones at least. But with these reinforcements, we shut down every single tank here. Did cost us a couple of SCVs. 6 workers did go down. As Liberators did head into that natural, getting 6 worker kills. Pretty good damage here by Spirit, making up for his dead tanks. But looking at the units tab here, Spirit, he has lost his tank lead. He has 1 tank back at home. 1 tank to the 3 of Hero Marine. This should not have happened, by the way. Again, the fact that Spirit went into earlier tank production, he should have maintained a tank lead, but that is not the case. As Hero Marine is across the map, laying siege upon that 3rd. Meanwhile, the Limbs, they come back in. These Liberators doing so much. Like, Gabe is denying mining, but he's not killing many SCVs. We send one forward, we collapse here on the army. Gabe, he loses the tank, and he's losing 12 SCVs across the map. Big damage here. Spirit, he takes a worker lead. Goes back to mining again. Gabe, like, this was a bit of an overextension. He threw away some pretty high-tech units. And Spirit, he's in this. Again, he's got the better economy. He might be down in... No, never mind. He has caught back up in tanks. He has caught back up. Vikings are amassing. Upgrades on the way. Hero Marine going to be pushing towards the left-hand side. No longer has a clear advantage. Does have the Ravens. Okay, that's what I will say. Hero Marine, he has Ravens over Spirit. Is that enough, though? He can't just say he's going for it. Oh! Being zoned away. The Raven! Left idle. Big misstep there by Gabe. Does lose a full Raven. There's 1 Raven left. Tanks are sieging. Within range of the Gas Geyser. Are within range. Marines are amassing. Spirit with a comparable Marine count. Would you see a drop into the natural? Marines are being dropped up. Spirit having a hard time dealing with this. Takes down the Viking. Marines are getting into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Even the E-Bays are under threat. And we have to collapse on this. We have to try. Viking going ham. Auto turret thrown down. So many Marines go down. Very efficient trade here by Gabe. But is he overstaying his welcome? Oh. Army sims in. Lib goes down. And we're going for a Doom drop into the... Oh my god. Calm down. We threatened a Doom drop. We don't quite commit. As Spirit is being distracted on the right-hand side. Tanks are sieging. Drop is coming back into the natural. On the right, Spirit does clean up the army. But this is what matters. What matters is that this drop into the natural base. We're going for the eBay. We will get it. +2 armor is denied. We try to drop on the tanks, but the Raven pops up. We get the auto charge. We get the disable. Okay, just outmaneuvering Spirit. Outmaneuvering him. Now, Spirit thankfully does have a 4th, whereas Gabe doesn't, not yet. So Spirit, he still maintains his economy. But he is falling behind in the army. As the drop play continues, we get into the natural. We pull the boys. We collapse on the tanks. Finally, we can focus them down. We can try. We will. At the same time, Spirit, he collapses on the main army as well. He gets the tanks. He gets 2. Tank shot's going to be going off from the high ground as well, and Spirit, he will force this back. Again, much better cleanups here. He does lose 9 SCVs back at home. But he finally cleans up the army and forces a Hero Marine to back the hell off. And with that, with Hero Marine backing off, we do see Spirit with a base lead. He's got the 4th. That's the thing right now. We have a 4th base. Hero Marine is pretty committed and pretty all in. I mean, 4th base is on the way, thankfully, for Hero Marine. It's still in production though, but with Spirit being up a base, he's snowballing out of control with his economy. With his economy and, of course, his army as well. Oh. You see Gabe rotating around. Tanks are sieging up. Raven leading the charge. He wants that planetary. Wait for a double drop on the left-hand side. Marine trying to find a way in. Scan does get eyes on him. There we go. Fourth base now being taken. Now on the way. Oh, his Spirit in position. He is. I was going to say, does he have an army here back at him to defend? He does have an army somewhat in position. Here, Marine. He does find his way up the ramp. Spirit. He gets caught out. Gets completely caught out here. Marines are going down. We get on top of the tanks as well. We do pick up 2 tanks. At the same time, here, Marine dropping into the natural. We're going for the E-base. We're going for the SCVs. Spirit goes for a big counterattack instead. He finds the 4th and he will get a kill. Kills the 4th base. Gets 17 SCVs. But the E-base, we deny +2 again. And +3. We deny upgrades. Tank shots are within range. But Spirit, he's going for the kill. He doesn't care. He's going for the throat. Gets the natural. Pushes in. Gets a tank as well. And he's annihilating these SCVs. 42 workers go down. Spirit is snowballing out of control. And sure, he may be taking some small losses here and there. He may be denied upgrades. But Spirit, he's killed the 4th and the natural. And he also gets the E-base. If I can't have 3-3, neither can you. Takes down both the E-base. Denies anything here at the natural. And Spirit, he has done it. He has broken Gabe. Tanks are slowly pushing forward here. We're heading for the 3rd base. The last bastion of hope here for Hero Marine. He barely has any mining left. He's down to 22 SCVs. Marines are getting damage done across the map, but Spirit, he still has an economy. And that's more than I can say for Gabe. That's more than I can say for Hero Marine. As Spirit, he has a massive economy and army here. Compared to Hero Marine. Trying to drop in. Q moves out of Spirit. Dropping into the main. Army's going to be rotating over. And yeah, here Marine, he's all in. He is all in at this point. It's all or nothing. Does come across the Doom Drop. Is catching some exposed tanks. But there's still going to be too much here. Spirit's trading inefficiently, but he has enough to hold. That's all that matters. He comes in with the surround. He collapses on the tanks. He cleans up the Medivacs. And that is all that Hero Marine had left. He has half the supply of Spirit. Coming in with a handful of attacks. Again, a bit of a desperation move here out of Hero Marine. It's all he has left. GG gets called, and Spirit will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. That was a pretty close one. We saw both players at times overextending, both players taking their own losses. We saw Hero Marine was achieving quite a lot, especially with the push at the natural, with the drop of the natural. He was trading very well and getting a lot of damage done. But as he was, when I say a lot of damage done, he was killing a couple of SCVs here and there, picking up some Marines, getting a tank here or there. But throughout all of that, Spirit took a 4th. And Hero Marine was stuck on 3 bases, was down a base, down an economy. Basically, his aggression needed to do some critical damage, and it wasn't. Which means eventually, when Hero Marine's aggression subsided, Spirit was in a much better position. And in the end, went for a risky move, went for a big Marine run by, killed the 4th, killed the natural, camped the production, popped off, GG. GG. Solid game there out of Spirit. Keeping his eye on the ball. Eye on the prize. May take a couple of losses here and there. A couple of bad trades here and there, but in the end, went for the kill. GG. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. And I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping that we can go all the way to game 3. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. As we're loading into Oceanborn. That's game number 2. game number 2. And will we get an ace match, or will it all end here, and will Spirit advance on to the finals instead? We are here for it. We shall see. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Terran player from the land of Germany representing Team Mouse. Down in this series, but not out. Not yet. Looking to fight back, looking to force that ace match. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player representing Team Na'Vi. 1 game away from making it to the semifinals. It is Spirit. Here we go. And our TVT does continue. We saw Spirit saying no to the Cyclones, rushing into earlier tank production. Did bleed out a lot of tanks early on. Remember, we saw Spirit with a really rough start, bleeding out tanks, bleeding out Ravens. Here Marine was looking dominant initially, but we saw Spirit weather the storm, bounce back. Impressive. It's always quite a difficult thing to do. Impressive whenever it's done. And it looks like, once again, economic openers. We saw this in game 1. Both players went for a Rax Expands in game 1, looking to be the same here in game number 2. Again, only a single gas geyser for Spirit, only 1 gas for Hero Marine. This will lead into a faster CC on the low ground. That should be on the low ground. There we go. Boys are on the way. Boys are on the way. CCs are being thrown down for both Spirits and Hero Marine. Getting our units ready. And we'll see where this does take us. After what happened in game 1, it's possible that Hero Marine may deviate away from Cyclone play. He himself might go for that faster tank style. Possible. I'm sure Spirit will do more of the same. I can definitely see him just avoiding reactored Cyclone production entirely once again. Doesn't really seem to be his playstyle. Doesn't seem to be something that he does enjoy doing. But we'll see. As for now, our factories are on the way. Again, we're loading into Oceanborn. Oceanborn, we have seen a lot of split map play on this map. There's a lot of defensive positions where you can kind of hold on to these fringe bases and cut the map in half. We've seen it a lot in TVP, for example, or ZVP, or mainly those matchups. I haven't seen too much late game TVT on this map, but I'm sure a lot of that does apply. I could see that here. Reactor is on the way. It's looking like an add-on swap here from Hero Marine, but we'll see. As we also have our own setup back at home. I imagine Hellion first into a Cyclone. No, we're going for the add-on swap. Okay, Spirit. Show us the Cyclones. Show us the Cyclones here as Spirit, there we go, is going for a very different build. This time it's not about the tanks, it's about the Cyclones early on. We do have a medevac in production here for Spirit. Meanwhile, back at home, add-on swap. This is it. This is the meta of TVT. We avoided it in game 1, but here in game 2, Cyclone versus Cyclone. The Clown Wars have begun. The Cyclowns are coming. Let's go. Oh boy. So typically we would want to build up somewhere between 8 and 12 Cyclones. Typically, but never mind. Okay, we add on top again. Spirit, he makes 2 Cyclones, goes to the add-on swap, he's going for tanks. He's going for tanks once again here, 2 games in a row. Starts off with only 2 Cyclones. Meanwhile, back at home, Hero Marine continues Cyclone production. So just like game number 1, Hero Marine is going mass Cyclone. Similarly to game 1, Spirit is going into tank production, but he starts off with a Cyclone drop in the main base. Risky move here. I should say cheeky move out of Spirit. Slipping into that main. Third TC is already on the way, by the way. Big scout here by Spirit. Ooh, will be losing a Cyclone. Rough trade. Gets 2 SCVs. Does get eyes on the CC, but he bleeds out a Cyclone and Spirit just forced back. And he's going to be behind in his third base. but he was also behind in game 1 anyway. So Gabe has a faster third, Gabe has more cyclones, Gabe has map control. What does Spirit have? Tanks. Spirit has tanks. He's working on his first tank already, soon to be second. Spirit can take a defensive position here and slowly build up. I'm hoping that this time Spirit doesn't move out with his first 3 tanks. If you remember, in game 1, Spirit moved out and he bled out every single tank. Like, the move out was very lackluster and it hurt Spirit more than it helped him. So we shall see. As we're just building up the tank count. Raxes are getting set up here. And we're just waiting for Hero Marine to establish his third. He's moving up the Cyclones. Remember, Hero Marine, he has map control. With all these Cyclones, he has map control. He's moving out. He's looking to make use of these Cyclones. Because of this faster third base, I don't see Hero Marine committing into the natural. I can see him trading and posturing, but he shouldn't push in. Should not push in as we are still building up that Raven count. Never mind, we stop at 2. 2 Ravens for Hero Marine, 2 Ravens to Spirits. Tanks do siege in time. They do siege, they force Gabe back. That one Cyclone drop is still waiting outside the bases here of Gabe. Still waiting outside. Hero Marine gonna be pushing out. But again, Spirit, he's in position to expand and take his third base. Will get it up and running. And again, I do like the more passive or the more defensive outlook here this time from Spirit, just because he's building up that tank count. He has a lead and he maintains the tank lead. We have 4 tanks to the 1 of Hero Marine. And I believe we should be pushing with 5 tanks. Typically. Auto Tower Harass is coming in. We pick off 2 SCVs. Marines do zone them away. And yeah, we're kind of settling in towards a longer game. 4th CC, a much faster 4th CC this time from Hero Marine. We do rush into it. Rushing into the 4th. Likewise, Spirit. Now, how many tanks do we have? 4 tanks, soon to be 5. We're pushing. We spoke about this earlier. Usually we move out with 5 tanks, and we're just about there. So we'll see if Hero Marine can survive this. What do we have? We have 2 Ravens that have a decent amount of energy. Auto Tartaras here towards the natural to get 3 SCVs. Spirit yet to fully move out. 1-1 is done, by the way. And focusing on more Auto Tartaras in the main. As Raven, is going to be hunted down. But Spirit is pushing. Trying to wedge his way in between the bases. Does go for the scan. Does spot Gabe. Likewise, the counter scan. Yeah, Gabe, he does siege up in time. Spirit has to respect it. He backs up. He will retreat. Hero Marine is moving out. Is moving right through the center. We could see a base trade, actually. Uh-oh. We scan, we see each other, and we don't care. We're going for a base trade. The Hero Marine, does he turn around? He does not. He's committing to the 3rd. Likewise, Spirit is going straight for the natural. There's 2 tanks to siege up. They're in position. The boys are being pulled. They have to be. The tanks, they fall instantly. And Spirit, he's forcing his way into the main base. Meanwhile, Big Gabe, he's still a little bit behind. Tanks are sieged at the main. Disables are thrown down. Gabe also breaks through. Spirit, he doesn't quite go for the main though. Not yet. Production is still underway. 1 tank does siege. Meanwhile, the main base of Spirit looking that much more vulnerable. As Hero Marine, he goes for the natural, he goes for the 3rd. Likewise, Spirit doesn't go for the main base either, but he gets the 3rd base. That's going to be a kill on the orbital. A kill at the 3rd. Both players down to 1 base. 1 base remaining. Looking at the Unistat here. Spirit has the better army and a head-on engagement in a straight-up fight, but he still not came to the production. But neither is Hero Marine. There we go. I mean, the tanks are taking down some Raxes, at least. Liberators are on the way. Big moment there for Gabe. You can see Gabe slowly leapfrogging forward. The starport is exposed. Starport is looking exposed. Yeah, Liberators have arrived for Gabe, and they force back the tanks. Ooh. barely they don't go down. We get the disables. We're stimming in. Gabe, he sims into the main base of Spirit. Big tank shots going off. Oof. Tank shots go off, but the starport is going to go down. So no more Liberators for Spirit. He has one. One Lib holding onto the ramp. Meanwhile, Gabe has two. Oh, he's stimming on in. He wants the tanks. He wants them. He's going to get one. Oh, I don't think this was the move, though. Oh, we bleed out too much. Risky move there by Gabe. He bleeds out far too much, though. Loses the Libs. He loses his Lib advantage, and Spirit still has his. He holds. Spirit, he holds back at him. He wants the Raven. He gets one. He gets two. He gets both Ravens. He's going to be re-establishing that base. He kept a CC. He kept his third base alive. He's re-landing it. Likewise, Marine is landing his fourth as the third. Ooh. The Marines, they come in. Cheeky move out of Spirit. Doesn't get it. He's out of position, though. He pulls over towards the base, which means the tanks are going to go down. We get one, we get two, we get three. Three tanks, big pickoffs. But we killed the base. The CC was killed. Oh, we can see here Marine trying to hunt Spirit down. Spirit dragged into tank fire. Gets a Viking. Another tank shot goes off. Spirit bleeding out a lot of Marines. He's going to lose almost everything. But Spirit is on two bases and Gabe is on one. That is what matters right now. Spirit, he's up a base. Look at the units tab. Spirit, he's down in tanks, even in Liberators, up in Marines. Spirit is ahead. Straight up, he is in a better position. And Gabe is all in. Like, all the Spirit has to do is defend. And we have a beautiful defensive line here. We have 3 tanks sieged. We have a Liberator as well. You can see here Marine slowly leapfrogging forward. He has the Lib. Does have that one Liberator. Forces the unsiege. That's a late unsiege from Spirit. Oh, one tank goes down. Every tank counts. As here Marine has a tank lead overall. 4 tanks to 2. Again, Gabe, he can make this work. He comes out with another Lib. Being dragged into Marines. Yeah, we can see the Spirit. He's being forced further and further back. Bullied by these Liberators. But Vikings are on the way. We stim in! Oh, he's crazy. Sims on 40. He gets 2 Libs and a tank. He bleeds out a lot of Marines. At the same time, though, we do have... Oh my god. Did have some harass across the map. 11 SCVs went down. Do I have the battle report? Yeah, it was a drop. That was a Marine drop across the map. Was it a drop? Was it a landed Viking? I don't know. But that was 11 SCVs. As Gabe, he's running out of steam. We stim on forward. We dive on top of the army. Big tank shots. But again, Spirit, he has the supply lead. He has every kind of lead he could hope for. Only 10 workers for Gabe. That's all he has left. And maybe it's the winter. Maybe it's the cold winter months here, because Spirit was looking dominant over Gabe at the beginning of 2023. And do we replicate that success here in 2024? Can we pull it off? I mean, we are. Like, what can Gabe do from here? He's slowly pushing forward with 1 tank. The only tank he has. I mean, he has Vikings to zone away the Libs. Marines are pushing forward. But we have plenty to defend. The Marines, they can't really threaten much. Liberator gets across the map. Oh, SCVs are falling. I must have been just Lib harass earlier. We got 4 SCV kills. 8 in total. Liberator does continue there. Meanwhile, we're pulling on forward. We pull the boys! We get on top of the tank. The tank finally goes down. It finally does fall, and it looks like we clean everything up. There's nothing left here for Gabe. The Marines, the Metamax, everything is being targeted. Gabe trading well for himself, but that is all we had left. Oh, he killed all the Marines. No shot. There's 2 Marines left. Gabe, do we do this? Can we pull this off? Again, Gabe, he had really good target firing there. But good hold position out of Spirit. Gabe making a game out of this. That was an insane trade, by the way. Very well done by Gabe. Again, he is making this close. Spirit still has the better economy. Oh, have to be careful with the rally. Marines are threatening that base. Would you have even upgrades? Yeah, big tank shot goes off. GG gets called. That's all we had left. And Spirit will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Hold on. And a big shout out in the chat. Big shout out in the chat to an old friend. Ga, papi, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Dastan se la come. Much love, papi, much love. A big raid from Dastan. He is a Chilean Protoss. He was a Chilean Protoss. Fun fact, he finished med school. You know, he's now a medical engineer. Big shout out to Dastan. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great stream overall. And thank you so much for the raid. Much love, papi. Much love. And congratulations here to Spirit as he takes the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. And yeah, that's a big win for Spirit. Again, here Marine or Big Gabe has been a more favored player as of late these past couple of months. So this is a big moment here for Spirit to bounce back, to shut Big Gabe down in a 2-0 fashion. Very impressive. GG. Congratulations. Congratulations to Spirit for winning the series here, for advancing on to the grand finals. And the question becomes, who will he face? Who will he face in those finals? Let's find out. Let us find out. Again, that was a very chaotic, very dynamic series as well, the TVT. I love that both players scanned each other and they just went for the base trade. they sent it, but we went for the base trade instead. It was wild, it was crazy. It's everything we want in a TVT, to be honest. GG. And this is what I assumed would happen, where Spirit makes it to the finals, and the upper semis still has yet to conclude. We still don't have the upper semis, so we can actually cast it. We can jump on over and start focusing on the upper half of the bracket. Max Pax versus Geralt still ongoing. Winner goes up against Nickracht. We had the reported score earlier, but Nickracht did take down Harstem 2-0. Did take down Harstem 2-1. My apologies, 2-1. Impressive that Harstem forced the ace match, but again, Nickracht, after beating Skillus, I was like, yeah, he'll beat Harstem. That was no shot. So big shout to Nickracht having a deep run, flexing his TVP, beating Skillus and Harstem. Very impressive results here by Nickracht. He advances on to the semifinals, where he's waiting for another Protoss. I mean, Nickracht, he's popping off in TVP. A Protoss is exactly what he wants. But which Protoss is the question? Which Protoss player? As we do need to quickly have a look and figure out where we are. One moment here. I believe Steadfast is casting the PvP. And I just want to confirm. Okay. Oh, they're on Radisson Station. Okay, so Steadfast, he is casting the PvP, and he is in game number 2. Max Pax is leading the series 1-0 against Geralt. And they're on Radisson Station. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long game. It's going to be a long game, papi. So they're on Radisson Station. It is a 13-minute game. It can go even longer than that, I'm sure. So it's something to keep an eye out for. So if Geralt wins game number 2, then we're going to be jumping into the ace match of Max Pax versus Geralt. Otherwise, we're going to be following Max Pax into the semifinals against Nickracht. So we have at least 2 series left. We will be casting the upper semis, and we will also be casting the grand finals. We might even get a bit of the quarterfinals. That's a solid maybe on that one. Solid maybe on that one. So, yeah, with that, we do need a moment to set things up. And to pay out the predictions as well. I will not forget. Will not forget. But so until then, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be heading over to a short break. When we return, we will have a series. Again, either the ace match of Max Pax versus Geralt or the upper semifinals. One of the two. Until then, take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, get some food, hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, and drain all your disruptors. When we return, we will have the remainder of ESL Open Cup Europe, number 217. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break, for the extended delays, but there was an insane PvP going on. It was a plus 30 minute, it was like 35-ish minute PvP between Geralt and MaxPax on Radisson Station. It was a wild game, and of course it was casted by Steadfast. It was casted by Steadfast and many of the other casters as well. We were not a part of it, unfortunately, but it was a banger of a match nonetheless. And now we are here with the upper semifinals, the final semifinals of the tournament. As a reminder, the winner of this series goes up against Spirit in the grand final. Spirit is patiently waiting for either a Terran or a Protoss, and we are here to determine who is it going to be. As spawning in the top left hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is the TVP specialist, Nicorakt. Let us go, and let me quickly just set up those predictions as well, because we are about to pop off. Okay, predictions. I'm hearing this message. Predictions are open. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe is going to take this series and advance on to the grand finals. There is a favorite player, of course. MaxPax has been popping off, and I mean, he is the best Protoss in all of Europe. That is true, but his opponent is no slouch here. Predictions open. There we go. As Nicorakt has been taking down some big Protoss players. He took down Skillus and Harstem to get here. Again, TVP is what he's been relying on. Can he use it to advance on and to make a deeper and deeper run? Can he go to the finals? Already making it to the semis is impressive. Can he go even further? Can he go even further than that? For the time being, it is going to be a double gas opener, faster factory here out of Nicorakt. From here, we can go into Cyclone, we can go into Hellion, we can go into additional Reapers. We have options. We can go into a Widowmine. We have options with how we want to play this out. Meanwhile, Reaper is moving out across the map, and back at home, we have a Gate Cyber Expand standard opener out of MaxPax. We don't really expect too much craziness out of MaxPax. Not too much, but again, we'll see how this all does come together. There it is. Twilight Council is on the way. Twilight Council on the way for MaxPax, so it's going to be a Blink Stalker based opener. Maybe based on Blink Stalkers, but how many Stalkers, how many gateways are we going to be seeing? That is the real question here that we have posed for MaxPax. Reaper is moving up. Behind this CC on the low ground, there is a Cyclone on the way. A Cyclone initially, Reactor as well. Most likely not going for an add-on swap, so just going for a Cyclone-based opener. But we'll see what is the follow-up here from Nicorakt, as he's being quite active with these Reapers. Again, 2 Reapers in total is being zoned away by the Adepts. Really good movement out of MaxPax, making sure that the Scout is avoided, is denied. Again, Nicorakt, he has not gotten into the main base. He doesn't know if it's a Stargate or a Twilight Council. Doesn't know what the hell is going on. As he reinforces with that one Cyclone back at home. We do not have an add-on swap. It is going to be Reactor staying on that Rax, and we are going for a Tech Lab on the Starport. Very fast Tech Lab. Interesting. Interesting choice. As we collapse on the armor, you do pick up an Adept. We get 1 Adept, and ooh, we do get a 2nd Adept as well. Very clean micro there, saving that Reaper. 1 Reaper for 2 Adepts, a good trade for Nicorakt. Good trade overall, but again, he still has yet to scout. Oh, he's going for the main. He's going for the cliff. Doesn't quite commit, though. We'll pull back. Behind this, interesting. Okay, so add-on swap with the Tech Lab. He's going for early Banshee production. We have a Banshee first here out of Nicorakt. We have tank production well underway as well. Very aggressive from Nicorakt. Again, really fast tank production in general. Really fast Banshee production. This looks like the beginnings of a 2-base all-in. This looks like the kind of push that would pull the boys. The kind of build that would lead into pulling the boys. Not gonna lie. What it seems to be, anyway. What seems to be the case. As behind this, speaking of pulling the boys, yep, we're pulling the boys. I mean, that's what this opener did feel like, just because we were being so tech heavy with faster tanks and faster Banshees. So the boys are being pulled. It is going to be an all-in here from Nicorakt, and can he break MaxPax? MaxPax 2-gate opener into a 3rd. This is, oh sorry, my apologies, 3-gate opener into a 3rd. Safe play. Safe play here out of MaxPax. He can warp in 3 Stalkers at a time. No shield battery though. No shield battery at the natural. We do sneak in. We do sneak in across the map. MaxPax is out of position with those Stalkers. He's out of position, forced to recall. The pylon is going to go down. We depower the gateways, but the recall is here. The boys are being pulled. We haven't doubled the tank. That tank goes down. Big pig up there. Probes are falling. But again, remember, we pull the boys and the Marines are being focused down. Nickrat, he gets cleaned up. Did do damage, but he lost 7 SCVs, almost as many workers as were just killed. 7 SCVs for 9 probes, not worth it here for Nickrat, especially with a third base getting up and running. Good defense out of MaxPax. And now he's counterattacking. Now he has momentum, he has the Prism, he has the Stalkers. Nickrat, I'm sure, was hoping it was a 2-gate opener, which would have meant less Stalkers to defend. Bunkers are on the way, but they're not done. One just finishes. Whew, just in time. Bunker is complete. Behind this, we have another bunker in the main base. Tanks are in position as well. And Nickrat will defend, but he's down in workers. He's still struggling economically. Still trying to catch back up. Yes, tank volleys are going up. Again, we're building up that tank. Oh, we have 3 tanks already. We're pretty heavily fortified. Nickrat not looking too bad here on 2 bases. Again, he's falling behind economically, and this means that MaxPax can max out that much faster. So there's a bit of a give and take here. Sure, Nickrat is defending, but that is 2 more Raxes. Okay, we're building up towards a 5 Rax setup on 2 bases. We are building up quite heavily here, and eventually we'll break free. Eventually, we can salvage all these bunkers and break free, but Stalkers, they get into the main. They slip into the main base. 1 Stalker does not go down. We save all of them. 3 SCVs go down. Pick up 3 workers. MaxPax not looking too bad here, as he does pull out. And again, behind this, charge is on the way forward for +1. Banshees try to go in, but we are in position. We do fend those Banshees away. So far, good defense here by MaxPax. Good defense. As we're getting into immortal production, no splash damage yet is what I will say. So no Storm or no Colossus on the horizon. I spoke too soon. There's the Bay, and that will be for Colossus production for MaxPax. To get into that splash damage, Stalkers, they apply some pressure to the bunkers. They get a bit of damage dealt at least, but not too much. As Nickrat will have to hold on for the repair for the boys. Still waiting a little bit longer for Stim and 1-1 to finish. Still waiting a little bit longer for all of our upgrades. As it looks like there's a salvage we break free. Stim's still not quite done, but we do force back the army nonetheless. And Nickrat, do we pull the boys with this? That's what I want to know. That's what I'm curious about. The Banshee. Banshee overextends and does take a lot of damage. There it is. We pull the boys. Not too many, but boys that are being pulled. Behind this, ooh, SCVs are going down as well to the Zelts. 11 SCVs full. The economy is non-existent. The economy is non-existent at this point. We are completely all in. It's all or nothing for Nickrat. We either end the game or we die trying. We kill MaxPax or we die trying. Tanks are sieging. Stalkers blinking their hearts out. The Immortals are amassing as well. And Zelts are getting ready to collapse on the army. We focus down the shield, but we're coming from behind. We're trying to at least. Back at home, we're down to 34 workers. Basically, half the worker count of MaxPax. There we go. We try to catch reinforcements. Big volleys on the Immortal. Big volleys are going up. Oh, Zealots, they do catch reinforcements. They collapse here on Marauders or Marines. And we gotta keep pushing. It's not pretty, but we gotta go. We have to commit. Zealots, they collapse on the army. Tanks are late to siege. GG gets called, and MaxPax will take game number 1. GG. A solid game there out of MaxPax. And again, I can see how Nickrat can make that build work, obviously. Like, he was hoping that MaxPax opened economically. He was praying that MaxPax opened 2-gate. That's basically what happened there. He was hoping for a 2-gate opener, but it was a 3-gate blink opener into a 3rd base. So, alas, MaxPax had more than enough to defend. Was able to shut down our Terran player here. And with that, MaxPax is 1 game away from advancing on to the Grand Finals. Nickrat has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. He has to fight back here and now. And we'll see if we can as we're loading into Hecate. We are going to be loading into Hecate here, and again, personally, I'm hoping for a game 3. I mean, it is getting late. I will admit that. It is getting a little bit late. But, you know what? I have no fear. You know, I'm ready to cast all night long, Papi, all night long, as we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate. We have our Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Terran. The Blue Terran player representing his new team, the Platinum Heroes. Down this series, looking to fight back. It is Nicaract. Here we go. Once again, Nicaract, he has done so well for himself already. He's always been in the middle of the pack. He's always been more of a mid-tier player in the European scene. That is, again, no disrespect to Nicaract, but there's just so much quality talent in the European scene. I think I may have seen Korean. The European scene. So it's been hard to stand out, but Nicaract has been improving quite a lot as of late. He's been committing so much more to StarCraft recently as well, having deeper runs in these online weekly tournaments. Nicaract is very active when it comes to the online tournament scene. And for him to pop off here and to take down Hearthstone, to take down Skillus, more importantly, and advance on to the semis is very, very impressive. Like, again, just really, really good play, really cool play out of Nicaract. Very well done, very impressed already. Can he go even further? I mean, he's up against MaxPax. You don't get harder than that. You don't get better than that when it comes to Protoss in Europe. And Nicaract, he's here to show what he's made of. Double gas opener out of Nicaract. Faster factory. This led into the the 2-base all-in. This led into the tank Banshee push with the boy pool in game 1. Wasn't able to break through. It came close though. It came close. Wasn't able to break through. What do we have in store for us here in game number 2? We have the reactor on the racks. We look poised for an add-on swap, potentially for Cyclone production. That is definitely viable here for Nicaract. We could just go Reactor Reaper into Hellion. That's also viable as well. We'll see. Across the map, we have a Gate Cyber Expander set up here by MaxPax, going straight for the Stargates. We have our take of choice. Stargate opener, looking to be Phoenixes. Interesting. I mean, this is a lot more mid to late game oriented. You can get a lot of damage done. There it is. Add-on swap, Cyclone production. This is ideal against Phoenixes, by the way, because we should be amassing Cyclones, and Phoenixes struggle against a massive amount of anti-air early on. Whether it's, you know, Marine, whether it's 3-action Marine, or whether it's Cyclone production, we'll see how hard we commit. Yo, we're cooking, Pap, we're cooking. Ooh, big scout though. We do confirm the reactor on the factory, so MaxPax, he has a piece of the puzzle. It could still be... Nah, we confirmed. I was gonna say it could be Widowmines, but 2 Cyclones are confirmed. It could still be a double Cyclone opener into a medevac drop, into another add-on swap, into Widowmines, or into tanks, but for the most part, MaxPax is aware of what's going on. Shield battery is on the way here on the low ground. Nice reaction so far. Getting that shield battery. Phoenixes are amassing back at home. We're not moving out. Very important that we don't get caught in the middle of the map. Otherwise, that could be game, as the Cyclones will be applying some pressure here. They do apply some pressure here to the natural. Cyclones will be backing off, and again, we're still massing Cyclones. We are still just massing Cyclones. Viking as well to add with the anti-air. Basically, we're making everything that shoots up. Cyclone, Viking, Marine. Just anything we can to shoot up, to shut down the Phoenixes, which we have confirmed at this point. Speaking of Phoenixes, they do harass across the map. They get a worker. They get 1 SCV. As the Phoenixes are racing back home, we can see More Phoenixes amassing here. We catch the Phoenixes! We get one! Oh my god, I'm sorry. I was trying to look for the Cyclones. The laptop screen is small. But the Cyclones, they catch a Phoenix already. Big pickup. One Phoenix falls. Tank is on the way. We should be pulling the boys with this. Like, we're pretty all in. We're pretty all in with this. Medevac is on the way. Tank. Ooh, 2 more Raxes and an never mind. We're not pulling the boys. We do have a pretty intense army, but it looks like we're working on a second step here. Looks like we're working on the next phase, which means we probably won't be pulling SCVs with this. Otherwise, we wouldn't be investing into an eBay. So here we go. We are pushing. This is still committed and can achieve quite a lot of damage here. Meanwhile, across the map, we did make a safety immortal. We do have a second pylon. We're getting towards the Robotics Bay. Ooh, SCVs are going down. Maxfax with a very nice backstab here. Army has been scouted. Maxfax, he knows he's getting in position. Stalkers are coming in. Remember, these are vanilla Stalkers. They do not have blink. Because of the opener, tank does siege. But that immortal is doing so much in the back line. Viking goes down. We do pick up a good amount of Stalkers. We got 4 Stalkers go down. And the lock-on on the Immortal is broken. The Immortal lives, so we should deny the third. Ooh, as we pick up a Viking. Are we coming from behind? We pick up the tank. No shot. With that, we can shut this down. The Stalkers come in. The Immortal gets on top of the tank as well. And we save the third base. That is brutal. This push had to get damage done. We traded with the army. Yes, we did. But we needed to kill the third. And we didn't. Scan reveals the third base as well. We have a third CC on the way. Scan reveals a Colossus alongside it. Necract in a rough position here. Going to be rotating around, going for a Cyclone drop into the main. Phoenix on route. And Necract, he gets caught. No, he gets caught out by the Phoenixes. Not like this. Ooh, as we focus down the medevac, we will be bleeding out a couple of Phoenixes here in the main. Stalkers are on the way. We got 4 probe kills. That's something. We get 4 workers, but bleed out our Cyclones. And Maxpax still has his third. The problem here is that Maxpax still maintains his economy, working towards Colossus. Back at home, Necract is taking his own third base, thankfully, to have a faster third. Working towards +1, working towards 1-1 even. Stalker does get eyes on the third. Maxpax a little bit cavalier with this army. We don't really have much to work with, but there we go. Reinforcements on the way. Second Colossus arrives as well. We apply pressure to the third, and Necract is out of position. Yeah, we deny the third base. SCVs are going down. Necract had no map vision. The base taking a lot of hits. Does take a lot of damage. But Necract, he will hold. He will save the base. Ooh. Taking some big swipes to the face. A lot of Marines go down. Behind this, we've got the armory on the way. About to kick in with 1-1, as we did mention before. Maxfax rotating around. We force a stim. And we have a force field. We don't waste it. That one synergy has a force field available. A lot of Marines go down. How many Marines? 15. 15 Marines in total. Maxfax taking a 4th base behind this. Getting ahead in the bases. Which is where he needs to be fair. But it looks like we're going to be attempting to stabilize and attempting to get into a longer game from here. Necract leaving the bare minimum to defend. Going for a double drop. Maxfax has a prism in position. Ready to dive in as well. Necract does stim in. It looks like he will catch the 4th. Let's go. Up. 4th base is going to be denied. Nice pick off there by Necract. Cancels the 4th. Picks up. Heads towards the main. Threatens that main base. MaxPax across the map as well with his Zealots. Ready for his own harass. Double drop, threatening the 4th. Threatening. MaxPax moving out of position. Back at home, we have 2-2 on the way. Now we have a second eBay. Another army moving out towards the left-hand side. Nickrak, the drop is caught. And MaxPax is going to shut it down. Now, Nickrak does know that MaxPax is out of position, and he's stimming in. He's stimming on forward here, but there's a Colossus. The Colossus is here. The overcharge as well. MaxPax, he will hold. At the same time, Zealots, they hit the natural base. 5 SCVs go down. And a warp in into the main. Not the biggest of warp ins, but damage being done nonetheless here. As Zealots in the natural in the main and the 3rd. As Nickrak was trying to catch MaxPax out of position, really it was him being caught out instead. Getting 14 SCVs. MaxPax pushing through the center. Zealots are still being cleaned up, getting 18 SCVs in total. Oh my god. And MaxPax, he wants to go for the kill. He's got 4 Colossi. Tank shots going off, only 1 tank in position. Phoenix goes in for the lift. We lift up the tank. We delay shots. Decent tank volleys. 1 Colossus goes down. We're going to get a second as well. Second Colossus will fall. And a 3rd. And even a 4th. We're cleaning up the army, but we're losing too much. GG gets called. 39, 40 SCVs go down in that fight. And MaxPax will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very aggressive style out of Nickrak, and I'm sure a lesser Protoss player would have fallen. I mean, hey, he took down Harstem and Skillus. Nickrak, he proved his worth here. He proved his mettle against Protoss. But MaxPax is on another level, and he was able to get away with so much, able to scout beautifully, able to respond, and shut Nickrak down at every turn. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax will take the series, and with that... we have our grand finals. We have our 2 finalists. MaxPax, he advances on to face off against Spirit in a best-of-5 grand finals for ESL Open Cup Europe 217. GG. Let's go. Let us go. You can see it, bam, here before you. Just setting up all of our... just setting up the scores here. There it is, best of 5 TVP. We're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be heading over to a very short break, hopefully a short break. Basically, we're waiting for the players to conduct their vetoes. Vetoes are going to be underway between Spirit and MaxPax. Once they are done, we'll have our lobbies. It's also possible that maybe MaxPax wants a break, like a short, you know, up to 5-minute break after a really long tournament run. And then we'll have that best of 5. We'll have the final series of the night. MaxPax is poised to win it all, but Spirit has been popping off. And Spirit, he is, you know, one of the best Terrans in Europe. If anyone were to stop MaxPax, it would be Spirit. We'll see if he can, though. We will see if he can. Again, going on that short break. We'll be back soon. Take this moment to drain your disruptors, massage your marines, marinate your marauders, and tuck in your tempest. When we come back, we will have the grand finals. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of ESL Open Cup Europe number 217. We have made it. It's been quite a long broadcast, and we're still not quite done. It's still a best of 5 finals, and I'm hoping we can get it back and forth. I'm hoping we can sink our teeth into a long series here. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have our Danish Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax, the best Protoss in all of Europa. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran representing Team Na'Vi. The blue Terran player, it is Spirit. Let's go. And again, if you are in the chat, predictions are open, so place your bets very quickly. Upon hearing this message, you have a minute or so to place your bets on who you believe will be this week's champion. Will it be the Terran or will it be the Protoss, as MaxPax is rushing into the gold? Let's go. Spicing things up already. Okay, I am getting some Blackburn vibes here. Was it Blackburn? Was it Royal Blood? I can't quite recall. It wasn't Blackburn. What am I talking about? I think it was Royal Blood. If you remember, a season ago, a year ago, on Royal Blood in the previous map pool, gold bases were also taken quite quickly by Protoss players. It was a common thing to do, specifically on that map. It was very difficult for the Terran to punish you. Very difficult for the Terran to punish the gold base. We'll see if Spirit can do so, as Spirit is going for a Rax Expand economic opener out of Spirit. MaxPax going for a gate into Nexus. Very greedy build here at a MaxPax. The greediest you can go for, especially because this is a gold base with a rich Vespene Gas Geyser. This is huge. This needs to be punished. If it isn't, then MaxPax will already start off with a 1-0 lead. Like, that is how insane this opener is. So the pressure is on. Behind this, getting to our factory follow-up, of course. Initial Marines before an add-on swap, potentially. Here we go. Nah, Marine production is going to be continuing here for Spirit. And again, Spirit, he isn't the most aggressive of players, especially in this matchup. He is a little bit more macro-focused and macro-oriented, but we'll see if he does spice it up and change things up here against MaxPax, knowing, of course, who he's up against. Oh boy. Here we go. As the Rich Vespene Gas Geyser is being taken by MaxPax. Marines are amassing back at home. We are going for the add-on swap. Marine into what exactly? I mean, we don't have much gas to work with, so this looks like a mine drop. Looks like Marines into Widow Mines. I imagine Adept is going to be threatening a Shade, and we do manage to get in. Oh, Zealot goes down. Adept does Shade into the main base. SCVs are going to be falling. So far, good control of the Spirit. He does pull away in time. Oh, God! Losing one SCV in the main. We cancel the Shade as well. Oh, can we get another? Can we get a second SCV? We do not. We deny mining time and clean control out of Spirit. That could have been so much worse, only losing one worker. But another Adept gets in. The aggression doesn't end. Hellions come out and said, no Widow Mines. Hellions into Cyclones. Interesting. Okay. My eyes are on Spirit. Hellions into Cyclones, into Cloak Banshees. Spirit being so aggressive in the aftermath here. Did reveal the Hellions, and I mean, looking at the vision, he still doesn't know what's going on. He's checking though. He's sending his Marines across the map. He's checking that gold base. And once he comes across it, we need to punish it. As we mentioned before, MaxPax has been so aggressive. The Hellions actually go straight into the main. But there's SimCity. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener. It's going to be Blink Stalkers. Hellions, they get confirmation. They confirm the lack of natural. And the Marines, they will be checking the gold. Boys are being pulled. Shield battery is done. And how many gateways? 4. Uh-oh. So this is going to be 4-gate blink. 4-gate blink here at a MaxPax, which means he's cleaning up this army and he's going for a big counterattack. And with the boosted gold base, this 4-gate blink is going to hit like a truck. This is a very aggressive build. Spirit back at home is trying to get into tanks. The bunkers are on the way. He knows what's going on. Spirit, he scouted the opener. He saw the gateways. He's fully aware of what's happening. We have 2 bunkers on the low ground. We have 1 bunker in the main base. We have 1 tank on the way. This is going to be a tight hold. This is going to be a very difficult defense here for Spirit. as he's moving out with the Banshee. The Banshee can do some counter damage, that is true, but I don't think MaxPax cares. With shield batteries, he's ready for this. Hellions are going in. We're going to be threatening the mineral line, but we can't really do much damage. We can get a couple of probes at least. A couple of probes go down. Not even. The Hellions are being cleaned up. The Stalkers are here. They're ready to dive into the main. And we do blink in. The bunker gets targeted. Not fast enough to repair. 6 probes are going down. We are getting damage done here at the gold. But what about these Stalkers? We're snowballing out of control. We kill the bunker. We take control of the main base. Boys are being pulled. Tank is coming up from the natural, but we have so many Stalkers. And we die on top of the tank. We get 1. And we're going to get the 2nd. And there's nothing we can do about it. The Stalkers, good blinks, good juggling here out of MaxPax, killing every single SCV. Marines are falling. The vanilla Marines, there is no stim. GG gets called, and MaxPax takes game number 1. GG. Oh, a very, very aggressive follow-up there from MaxPax, going for the goal base and rushing into 4-gate blink. A very aggressive build, and Spirit, because he was being a little bit too fancy, because he went Hellion into Cyclone into Banshee, all that means delayed tanks. And with delayed tanks, 4-gate blink thrives. It thrives if you delay your tank. So purely based on the builds, Spirit was in a rough position. Like, give us Maru, give us Cure, give us any Terran player out there, give us Clem, and MaxPax would have had their way with him. It was just a really rough opener there out of Spirit. And unfortunately for him, MaxPax was going for almost a direct counter. He had shield batteries already prepared and the 4-gate blink. So with that, MaxPax takes a lead. Does take a lead there. And now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our Danish Protoss player representing Psystorm Gaming. The best Protoss in all of Europe, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Na'Vi, down in this series. But honestly, it came down to the map and it came down to the openers. We didn't really get too much out of game 1. We're here to bounce back in game 2. It is Spirit. Let's go. As I did mention, again, game 1 doesn't really tell us much. That build specifically on Equilibrium is very unique, and it is that much more powerful in Equilibrium because of the goal base as well. And we should be getting some very different games in the lead-up, in the follow-up, I should say. So game 1, we're done with, we're over with, and now we're getting into game number 2. I'm curious how Spirit adapts, and I'm also very curious where MaxPax takes us when it comes to his own build and his own opener. Very curious indeed. As we do have a probe scout moving out across the map. Spirit back at home, economic opener. Single gas, it's going to be a Rax expand. Rax expand here at a Spirit, followed by, we'll see. As Rax is finishing up, Zealot is going to be made here for MaxPax. So there we go, we cancel it, realizing we don't need it, and we're going for the expand. So Gate Cyber expand out of MaxPax standard opener. MaxPax, he was just confirming that it was only a single gas geyser. And there it is, there is the CC. There is the command center for Spirit. Getting into his natural, followed by the factory. Now with this, we can be leading into a mine drop. A mine drop is a very safe way to open up. The reason for this is because we can make a handful of widow mines, go for a drop, scout with it, and go into tank production from there. After what just happened in game 1, I would not be surprised if that's what happens here in game number 2. Whether it's widow mines or Hellions, getting into faster tanks is probably where Spirit wants to go, but we'll see. But now Reaper gets across the map. Dipping past the natural into the main base, we have our tech of choice. We scout it, and it is a Twilight Council. So Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax. Once again, it's Blink Stalkers. Just because it's Blink doesn't mean it's going to be the same build as game 1. As we mentioned before, Blink can be 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or 4-gate Blink. Each are a different level of aggression, different form of greed, or, again, aggressiveness. We'll see what MaxPax goes for, and we'll see if Spirit can confirm. As it is going to be a singular Widowmine into a Cyclone. Interesting. A very safe way to open up. The mine is up. Ooh. Oh, big mine shots, and the Adept goes down. Bit of a miss, or a bit of a rough position there for MaxPax, as he did face check up the ramp. Was a risky maneuver. Did pay the price for it. Behind this, oh, we are setting up for a drop. Okay, so it's initially going to be a medevac drop across the map, followed by tanks, I imagine. Back at home, 4-gate blink once again. 1 gateway in the main, followed by a 2nd gateway in the main base, and 2 more at the natural. 4-gate blink in total. MaxPax is going to be hyper aggressive behind this, and Spirit needs to figure this out. He saw 2 gateways so far. We're aware of 2 gateways. Adept is going to be shading across the map. Spirit, he needs to confirm what exactly is happening. Getting into another Cyclone. This is brutal. He's getting into another Cyclone, which means tank production is going to be delayed. Adept applying pressure. We do get eyes on the gateways. We are aware. We get across the map. We're going for the Pylon. Pylon is going to be focused down. We get a kill on the Widowmine just in time. Pylon does fall. We depower the gateways. Very effective push here from Spirit. Takes down the gateway, threading the Stalkers, but it looks like we should have far too much. It looks like MaxPax will hold. Oh, blinks on forward. Threatens that medevac, but we repower the gateways when we're pushing. We're moving out across the map. War Prism's on the way. Now MaxPax has momentum, and Spirit back at home is just now starting up his tank. We have 1 bunker on the low ground, 1 tank on the way. Spirit does have some Cyclones. Gonna try to hold on to the ramp, but again, Spirit is in quite a bit of trouble as we try to focus on the Cyclone, and we do not get it. Hopping up there by Spirit. Oh my, the juggling was good, but we still bleed out one of those Cyclones. We're trying to buy as much time as possible. The tank has arrived. We have a 2nd tank on the way. Remember, this War Prism is late. The War Prism is late. We go for a faster 3rd. Because the attack of Spirit, he has delayed the push. Even getting supply blocked. 3 pylons on the way. MaxPax, a heavy supply block. We start up a forge, and Spirit has held. Like, we're investing money elsewhere. We are not warping in. We can't warp in. We have 4 Stalkers on the way. That is true, but for the most part, MaxPax is working on the next step. Spirit, he's done amazingly, but the tank on sieges. No, the tank on sieges. The tank goes down. Boys are being pulled. Bunker goes down as well. Good damage dealt here by MaxPax. He is being forced back, though. The juggling looking good. MaxPax only losing 1 Stalker. That Stalker was killed back at home. We go for another big warp in. The micro is insane. And MaxPax, he may just have too much anyway. He dives on the tank, snowballing out of control. Kills the tank, kills the Cyclone. SCVs are being pulled. Stalkers are finally going down. But these are efficient trades. As we get 10, 11 SCVs. A 12th worker is... Oh my god. 12 worker kills, and we keep warping in. Again, we may be working on the next step, but MaxPax, he's still fighting so much damage. Gets another tank, and that may just be game. That may just be too much. We get the Viking. We have the high ground. 15 SCVs go down. We're crippling the economy. We're going for another big warp in. The Prism stands strong, and this is too much. GG gets called. MaxPax takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. I'm not too fond of this excessive factory production from Spirit. I mean, he's gambling a little bit with it, and he did delay the push. I will say that, right? Like, the attack of Spirit did some damage. It killed the pylon, depowered the robo, depowered the gateways, but it wasn't able to do enough. As a result, MaxPax, he defended, he counterattacked, he snowballed out of control. Even though MaxPax got supply blocked, even though the War Prism was delayed, like, there was so much there working in favor of Spirit. Despite that, the Blink control and the War Prism control, the War Prism micro, was insane. And MaxPax, he still popped off with the 4-gate Blink. After game 2, after what just happened, I feel like we need earlier tanks. Like, I feel like these builds from Spirit have not been worth it, and he's been trying to get away with quite a lot, and against max packs you just can't. You can't cut corners, not like this. It feels that way anyway. We'll see. We'll see if Spirit can bounce back. I believe he can. He's done it before. He can do it again, but yeah, when it comes to max packs, arguably he has the best 4-gate blink in the world. Like, I would still rate Hero overall as a higher Protoss, but specifically when it comes to 4-gate blink Stalker in PvT, you don't get much better than max packs. You don't get much better at all. His is the best, and Spirit needs to respect it. Like Clem. Like, for example, I don't know if you've watched Clem versus max packs recently, but Clem, as soon as he gets a read of a Twilight Council opener, he is, or even 4-gate blink, he is so quick to respect it. More often than not, we've seen Clem open up with a single mine drop, just one Widow Mine, then bam, into the tech lab, into tanks. Like, so quick, so fast. Just because, like, he knows how threatening max packs can be with that, and how terrifying his 4-gate blink is. I mean, Clem learned the hard way, right? He learned the hard way over time. And maybe Spirit is learning the hard way as well. As we're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series of the tournament. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping we can get some more out of these players, but these games have been pretty quick. I'll be honest, they've been pretty fast, and I'm unsatiated. I want some more here in the finals. We'll see if we can get it. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 2-0. He needs one more Unomas to take it all, to be our champion this week. It is Max Packs. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Na'Vi. He has to fight back here and now. The pressure is on. It is Spirit. Chi. I see in chat. Nice Cyclone Micro. Avoided like 6 Stalker shots. It was really good. Like, I was very impressed with this Cyclone Micro from Spirit. But there's only so much that Micro can do for you here in that kind of situation. Like, Max Pac's still overwhelmed. We can see him go for the Probe Scout. It is going to be another economic opener. Zealot should be cancelled. Oh, as we are trying to and successfully delaying the CC. Nexus is on the way. And yeah, we're just being as annoying as possible. There we go. CC is on the way. Zealot is going to be moving out across the map. The goal here, delay the command center. I don't know if you remember, in some of these earlier games, Spirit went for the CC on the high ground and floated it over instead. Just safer openers overall. Max Packs, he is pushing there. Is moving out first with the Zealot, followed by the Adept. A lot of aggression coming out from our Danish Protoss, and we'll see if we can delay that expansion. Meanwhile, Spirit going for his factory, going for the Reaper. Did go Marine first, and we'll see if we can catch out that Zealot. As Zealot is on the right-hand side. Max Packs waiting for the opportune moment, and now he's going in. He's going in, is caught out by the Reaper, the Marine as well. Good stutter stepping. The Zealot does peel off towards the SCV and is going to get a couple of swipes. But overall, the Zealot is going to be hunted down. We don't delay the CC. We do delay the bunker, as the Adept has arrived. And we could maybe pick off that worker, but a clean defense here by Spirit overall. And once again, Twilight Council opener. Is a 4-gate blink? I feel like it should be. After game 1 and after game 2, there's no reason not to, right? I feel like there's no reason not to go straight into a 4-gate blink setup once again. Adepts, they threaten the shade. We deny mining here at the natural. We kill a worker. And there's no more mining in the natural whatsoever. Threatening a shade. Behind this, we're getting into a Cyclone first, into a Widow Mine. Cyclone into mine. We can set up for a mine drop. Cyclone gonna chase down that Adept. But alas, we do shade away in time. And yep, 4-gate blink. Same build out of Max Packs. We have 3 gateways at the natural. Sorry, we have 2 gateways in the main, 2 gateways at the natural, 4 in total. And it's on Spirit to get a read on what's going on. Now, what I will say, that is a tech lab. 1 Widow Mine into a tech lab. This is what I mentioned that Clem would often do against Max Packs. just because he respects MaxPax quite a lot with his 4-gate blink, and this should be a fast tank. There we go. For the first time this series, we're rushing into a tank much faster than we ever have in this entire best of 5. And this is a good start for Spirit, considering he's up against 4-gate blink. Spirit, he did get eyes on 2 gateways on low ground, so he's aware of at least the 3-gate opener. He knows that it's at least 3-gate blink. We know it's 4. We are going to be sending in the mine drop across the map, which is fine. Mine drop is being sent out. Second bunker is on the way. First tank has arrived. And we are getting in position. So far, so good by Spirit. At F-Safe Threat and Shade, they get eyes on the tank. Nice scout from MaxPax. So now he knows about the fast tank. He's aware of it. He's aware it's already in position. Prism is moving out. And MaxPax, he can set up for a third. And there it is. Third base is on the way. Or should be on the way. First, we're going for the warp in. Okay. The Raven! No, we catch the Raven. Big pick off. Raven goes down. Bunkers are being set up. Pretty good position towards the low ground. We have the Widowmine as well in position. We dive into the main base. Looks like we do get the marine drop into the main. Probes are going down. But at the same time, a very minimal defense here in the main base. SCVs are falling. Oh, the friendly fire from the tanks. No shot. 10 SCVs go down. This is becoming a bit much. It's becoming a bit much here. We sniped the tech lab. Across the map, the marine drop has been dealt with. We did do some good damage, and we forced the defensive warp in. Big moves out of Spirits. Tank is sieging. Yeah, tank is in position. But we still get 12 SCVs. We're going for another warp in. You can see with the observer, MaxPax, he's waiting for an unsiege. He sees how vulnerable the low ground is. MaxPax, he also sees that Widowmine. He is aware of it. Yeah, he does blink over towards the left-hand side. Avoids the tank. Third base is on the way. But Spirit should hold. Yeah, tank does rotate over. Big tank shots here on the Stalkers. We do get the gas geyser. And we force MaxPax out. We force him out of the natural. And you can see here that, again, Spirit, he's looking stronger than he ever has so far in this series in the defense. But it's still not over. MaxPax going for a split push. Bringing everything together. He's going for the dive. He goes to the tanks. He gets one. Gets one. He's going for the second tank as well. And he will break the main base. Both tanks go down. And we have control of the main. And this may be the beginning of the end here. 2 tanks have fallen. Boys are being pulled. MaxPax getting so much done. Despite the safer opener out of Spirit, he's still losing too much. That's going to be 11 SCV kills. We deny the eBay. Again, there was no bunker in the main base. Spirit may be a little bit overconfident in his defense. As we shut down the Widowmine. Bunkers are falling. Boys are being pulled, but the repairs, they're not fast enough. We take down the bunker. We take it down. And MaxPax with his one signature build. And again, I did mention before, MaxPax has the best 4-gate blink in PvT in the world. And he's just having his way with Spirit. Again, punishing Spirit in Game 1 and Game 2. And here in Game 3, Spirit, he went for as safe an opener as he could have against this. But he still struggled. As another tank falls. Yeah, MaxPax just pulling Spirit apart. Yeah, Marines, they're overstim. GG gets called. It's just too much. And GG, MaxPax will be this week's ESL Open Cup Europe champion. GG. Congratulations here. Again, Spirit, he had initially a good defense, but alas, didn't have any bunkers in the main base. It didn't pre-pull SCVs to repair either. He didn't quite get eyes on the army that was setting up in the main to collapse on him. Basically, the moment that Spirit was broken was the moment that MaxPax, he had 2 groups of Stalkers, and he dove on the 2 tanks in the main. He focused both tanks down, and just like that, he had control. And basically what we were missing in the main base was either a bunker, or if we didn't have the bunker, Marines in position. We needed Marines in position to defend and protect those tanks. There was no protection. They were left exposed. They were left idle. GG. Well played. Congratulations. Congratulations to MaxPax. He is the best Protoss in Europe for a reason. He is looking dominant here. And usually, the players that can bring him down are players like Clem, Raynor, Cyril, maybe Showtime in a PvP. Players that weren't here. Players that were not here in this weekly tournament. Instead, we had to rely on Spirit, on Hero Marine, on Harstem, on Skillus, on Nicaract. MaxPax could not be stopped. Was not stopped. The closest player was Geralt. Geralt, who did get 2-0'd, but he had a 30-minute game against MaxPax. A late game on Radisson Station was very back and forth. Geralt was looking impressive in that PvP, but outside of that, MaxPax was looking dominant. Congratulations. Congratulations. With that, we're done for the night. We're finally done here. It is 11 p.m. in the land of Europa. I am starving. I'm going to get some food, then I'm going to get some sleep. I'm going to get some veg, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we have another broadcast. Of course we do. We have a broadcast every day. If you're curious what tomorrow entails, it is going to be... Let me just quickly double check. It is going to be in how many hours time? I want to say 15. I want to say around 15 hours time. We're going to be live with the Club NV X Duckling Showdown with our weekly show match series. Again, oh boy, we have united with Club NV to bring you some show matches here on a regular weekly basis. And I believe tomorrow we have a TVT. We have a best of 7 between Björn and Cure. Oh boy. So if you are fond of TVTs, which honestly can be a really exciting matchup, then I recommend it. I recommend tuning in 15 hours for some Björn versus Cure action. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be out of this world. So stick around or make sure you tune in to tomorrow's show matches. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. We do appreciate it. Gracias, papi, gracias. If you enjoyed the content, !socials in the chat. You can get links to our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. Again, we do stream on YouTube at the same time, and we do upload on YouTube on a daily basis, so plenty of content is available for you. Make sure you're a part of it. Make sure you tune in. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. You can also support us on Patreon. Our Patreon does fund our tournament, so if you're interested in supporting our tournament series, then you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow for the Ducklings Showdown. Until then, though, again, much love and a shout out to MaxPax, to Spirit. A big shout out to Nicaract. Nicaract came out of nowhere, and no one was expecting him to make it to the semis, so big shout out to Nicaract for, you know, his endeavors and his ability to make it to the semifinals. Big shout out to Aristry, who was popping off earlier today as well in his series against Big Gabe. And everyone that got featured, everyone that got involved. Thank you so much. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego, papi, hasta luego.